Impertinence. In the old corporate culture of the time, it was considered impertinence for a young employee to voice their opinion to the president. Insurgents. In response to the government's oppressive rule, large-scale insurgencies broke out in local cities. Currant. She stuffed her homemade scones with plenty of sweet and sour dried currants. Firmament. Looking up at the night sky, countless stars were shining in the vast firmament. Interment. After the funeral, the body was solemnly interred in the presence of family and friends. Preferment. His many years of achievements were recognized, and he finally received the desired preferment for the position. Regurgitate. He simply regurgitated what he learned on the exam without understanding it. Superintend. As chief engineer, he is responsible for superintending the entire construction project. Arrondissement. Paris is divided into 20 arrondissements, each with its own characteristics. Clamorous. The square was filled with the clamorous voices of people expressing their opinions. Perfidious. He was betrayed by his most trusted friend and was deeply hurt by his perfidious act. Perspicacious. With her perspicacious observation, she immediately saw the essence of the problem. Surcease. He sought a mental surcease to escape the constant pain. Terminus. The station is a railway terminus, and all trains turn around here. Valorous. He was awarded a medal for his valorous actions on the battlefield, saving many of his comrades. Veracious. She is trusted as a veracious witness who always tells the truth. Vertiginous. He peered down from the top of a skyscraper and was daunted by the vertiginous height. Thermodynamics. To improve engine efficiency, knowledge of thermodynamics is essential. Surrealist. The paintings depicting strange, dreamlike scenes are characteristic of surrealist art. Circlet. She appeared looking like a princess, wearing a beautiful silver circlet on her head. Desideratum. In modern business, strong language skills are one of the most important desideratum. Imperturbable. No matter what kind of emergency he is in, he always maintains an imperturbable attitude. Correlative. Rights and obligations are closely related and correlative concepts. Virtu. He has a deep appreciation for art and collects rare antiques and virtu. Botox. She regularly gets Botox injections to reduce the appearance of wrinkles around her eyes. Proteomics. He is an expert in proteomics, the comprehensive study of protein structure and function. Macrocosm. Philosophers believe that the human soul is a mirror of the macrocosm. Blowhard. He is a blowhard who is always boasting about his achievements, and his colleagues dislike him. Across the board. The company announced across-the-board pay cuts for all employees in response to deteriorating business performance. Old growth. This national park protects precious old-growth forests with trees over hundreds of years old. Blowback. Heavy-handed military intervention abroad has led to blowback in the form of unexpected resentment. Close range. Police determined it was a close-range crime and narrowed their investigation. Nosegay. As a token of his gratitude, he presented her with a small nosegay of wildflowers. Narrow-minded. He is a very narrow-minded person who is unwilling to accept other people's opinions. Lower-priced. To meet consumer needs, manufacturers have released lower-priced models with fewer features. Clothesline. On a sunny afternoon, a row of freshly washed white shirts swayed on the clothesline in the garden. Defoliate. During the war, powerful chemicals were used to defoliate trees in order to find enemies hiding in the forest. Obelisk. In the center of the square stands a huge stone obelisk, a symbol of the splendor of ancient Egypt. Coquette. She is a coquette who flashes her charming smile and tries to attract men's attention. Photometric. Engineers conducted detailed photometric analysis to optimize the lighting brightness. Nanometer. In the latest semiconductor technology, extremely fine circuits of only a few nanometers are designed. Postern. To escape his pursuers, he escaped through a postern in an inconspicuous place in the city walls. Over-the-counter. Since it was just a mild cold, I took some over-the-counter medicine that I could buy without a prescription. Bosun. A ship's bosun oversees the work of the deckhands and oversees the maintenance of the ship. Clothespin. To prevent the laundry from blowing away in the wind, she secured it in place with clothespins. Nanoarticle. This is a small nanoarticle. Hostelry. Travelers would stop along the roads at old hostelries to rest and relax. Low-key. She dislikes flashy parties and threw a low-key birthday party, inviting only close friends. Photometry. By using photometry technology, it is possible to accurately determine the intensity and light distribution characteristics of a light source. Potentiality. His new theory has great potential to contribute to solving energy problems. Stowaway. A stowaway was found hiding in a container on a cargo ship. Toady. He is a toady who always follows those in power around like a shadow, trying to curry favor with them. Overweening. His overweening confidence ultimately led to his big failure. Opaqueness. The opaqueness of the glass meant that nothing could be seen from the outside. Colitis. He was diagnosed with colitis, an inflammation of the large intestine, after undergoing medical examination due to persistent severe abdominal pain. Folio. He organizes his collection of precious stamps in a custom-made leather folio. Ginkgo. In autumn, the ginkgo trees lining the streets turn a vibrant yellow and scatter their leaves onto the road. Sallow. He had a lingering illness that left him pale and sallow. Tyro. He is a tyro who has just started playing chess, but he is improving at an astonishing rate. Ago. It happened 3 years ago. Although the plan was risky, they decided to go ahead with it. Apropos. His talk was very apropos to the topic currently being discussed. Beau. She showed up to the party accompanied by her smartly dressed beau. Below. The basement is located below ground level and is cool even in summer. Bestow. The university bestowed him with an honorary degree in recognition of his long-standing contributions to peace efforts. Blow. A strong wind is blowing, causing the trees lining the road to sway violently. Chateau. The Loire region of France is dotted with many beautiful historic chateaux. Dough. The baker carefully kneaded the fermented dough and shaped it. Floe. In the Arctic Ocean, huge chunks of ice called floe are slowly drifting south. Flow. Due to the heavy rain, the river is flowing much faster than usual. Foe. They once fought as invisible foes on the battlefield, but now they work together for peace. Forgo. He decided to forego his weekend hobbies in order to have time for research. Forgo. Decided to forego eating sweets. Glow. After sunset, the sky still had the orange glow of the sun. Go. He decided to go overseas in search of new opportunities. Grow. In the spring, the tulip bulbs planted in the garden begin to grow rapidly. Hello. He said hello to me. Ho. In the old days, sailors would shout "Land ho" when they spotted land in the distance. Hoe. Picked up a sharp-bladed hoe to remove weeds from the garden. No. He is the only person who knows the solution to the problem. Low. The area is at a low elevation and is prone to flooding when heavy rain falls. Mow. His daily routine is to spend weekend mornings mowing the overgrown grass in his garden. No. He gave a clear no to the proposal. Oh. Feels a great debt of gratitude to his friend who helped him when he was in trouble. Plateau. I had been losing weight steadily for several months, but recently I've hit a plateau and haven't seen much change. Pro. She made her debut as a professional tennis player in her teens, and has since traveled the world competing. Row. He loves to eat fresh fish roe on top of hot rice. Row. He rowed his boat towards a small island on the other side of the lake. Sew. She carefully sewed her favorite torn shirt back together with a needle and thread. Show. He invited his friends over for dinner over the weekend to show them his new house. Slow. His movements are very slow. Snow. There is a lot of snow piled up on the mountain. So. It was so cold outside that he decided to put on a heavy coat and go out. Stow. Before takeoff, please stow your carry-on baggage securely under your seat or in the overhead bins. Tableau. On stage, beautiful tableaus recreating historical scenes were performed. Though he was feeling unwell, but he still managed to finish the job. Throw. He threw the ball with all his might and landed a strike in the catcher's mitt. Toe. While walking through a dark room, he hit his toe on the leg of a desk. Tow. A large tow truck was called to transport the car, which had broken down on the road, to a repair shop. Undergo. Before any new system can be implemented, it must undergo rigorous testing. Woe. The country's economic woes have been exacerbated by prolonged drought and political turmoil. Proactive. He always works with a proactive attitude to prevent troubles before they happen. Stoicism. No matter what misfortune he faced, he maintained his stoicism and never showed any emotion. Poetry. He loves poetry. Poem. Wrote down a short poem for his loved one, expressing his honest feelings. Poet. He is attracting attention as a young genius poet who expresses the beauty of nature with his unique sensibility. Nobody. Nobody is there. Robot. The robot performs assembly work in the factory. Throwback. This fashion style seems like a throwback to the 1980s. Demobilize. When the war ended, soldiers were demobilized to lay down their arms and return home. Mobilize. The government immediately mobilized volunteers across the country to provide disaster relief. Probity. As a politician, he maintained public probity for many years. Ennoble. His devoted community service ennobled his own family name. Global. Climate change is a global issue that requires international cooperation. Ignoble. Cheating others to make money is a very ignoble thing to do. Mobile. Smartphones have given us mobile means of communication on the go. Noble. He has the noble ambition to put aside his own selfish desires and contribute to society. Nobleman. In medieval Europe, The nobleman had vast lands and great power. Snowball. Became unmanageable. Sober. Although he is usually cheerful, he always maintains a sober attitude when it comes to work. Probate. In order for the contents of a will to be legally valid, probate procedures must be carried out at the family court. Aerobic. To stay healthy, I continue to do aerobic exercise such as jogging and swimming. Claustrophobia. He has claustrophobia and tends to avoid small spaces like elevators. Phobia. He has such an extreme fear of heights that he can't even ride a Ferris wheel. Xenophobia. Xenophobia, the baseless hatred of people from other countries, is a serious social problem. Hobo. He used to live the life of a hobo, traveling across America by train. Sobriquet. His incredible speed earned him the sobriquet Lightning. Opprobrium. His selfish actions brought him intense public opprobrium. Cloture. In the Senate, a cloture motion was made to force an end to the protracted debate. Coda. The pianist concluded the performance with a powerful coda. Pagoda. The old temple is topped by a 5-story pagoda, which has become the symbol of the city. Codify. The government decided to organize and systematically codify the complex web of existing laws. Loaded. The large truck was loaded with mountains of fresh vegetables to be transported to the market. Outmoded. His ideas are outmoded and out of step with the modern business environment. Modem. To connect to the internet, you need a device called a modem, which converts signals. Rodent. Rodents such as mice and squirrels have front teeth that grow constantly. Modus. The perpetrator's modus was very similar to previous crimes. Showdown. At the end of the league, a showdown awaits, where arch-rivals will clash for the championship. Odor. The fragrant smell of freshly baked bread wafted from the kitchen. Deodorant. As a matter of etiquette, he sprays deodorant under his armpits before going out. Odorous. The chemical was very odorous and filled the room. Foreboding. The moment he stepped into the old mansion, he felt a strange foreboding. Loading. The loading of the goods onto the truck was carried out efficiently by skilled workers. Zodiac. He checks his zodiac horoscope every day to see what his fortunes will be. Custodial. After the divorce, a lawsuit ensued over who would have custodial rights over the children. Podium. The winner proudly stood at the top of the podium to receive his gold medal. Sodium. I was told during a health check that my blood pressure was high, so I'm limiting my sodium intake. Custodian. The museum's custodians keep watch over the precious exhibits throughout the night. Commodious. The house is larger inside than it looks from the outside, and is commodious enough for a family of 5 to live in. Melodious. The melodious singing of birds can be heard from within the forest. Odious. His discriminatory remarks were extremely odious to everyone present. Dodo. The extinct dodo is a flightless bird that once lived on the island of Mauritius. Clothing. When hiking in winter, it is important to wear appropriate layers of clothing to prevent body heat from escaping. Clothier. He worked for a long-established clothier who had a suit tailored to fit him perfectly. Mower. He used an electric mower to trim the lawn on weekends. Sofa. When he gets home from work, it's his daily routine to sit down on his favorite sofa and relax. Woefully. The old bridge is woefully lacking in maintenance and is in danger of collapsing. Profile. He details his background and hobbies in his profile section on social media. Snowflake. In the cold air, a snowflake landed on the palm of her hand. Toga. Ancient Roman citizens wore a white toga in public. Yoga. To maintain her health and mental well-being, she practices 30 minutes of yoga every morning. Mogul. He is a young media mogul who has built a huge media empire in one generation. Ogle. A man passing by ogles at the luxury watch displayed in the shop window. Bogus. Police are warning people to be wary of bogus solicitations using fake identification. Ogre. The terrifying ogre that appears in folk tales terrified the villagers. Logo. The new brand logo is a simple yet striking design. Programmer. He is a skilled computer programmer, involved in developing complex systems. Programming. He taught himself several programming languages in order to become an engineer in the future. Program. I wrote a new program. Cohort. The study followed a specific cohort of people born in the same year over a long period of time. Heroic. He performed a heroic act by rescuing a child from a burning building. Stoic. No matter how difficult the situation, he endured it without losing his stoic attitude. Foregoing. As is clear from the foregoing discussion, this plan needs to be revised. Glowing. The firewood was burning in the fireplace, giving off a glowing red light. Growing. Due to the concentration of population in urban areas, the problem of vacant houses is becoming a growing issue in rural areas. Owing. He owes a lot of money to his friends and still owes a considerable amount. Showy. She likes to wear showy clothes and attracts attention wherever she goes. Snowy. On a snowy morning, the children were delighted to build a snowman. Cogency. Her presentation was outstanding in terms of logical cogency. Cogent. She presented very cogent arguments to convince her opponents. Sojourn. He enjoyed a month-long sojourn in the French countryside to gain a deeper understanding of a foreign culture. Theologian. The famous theologian offered some insightful reflections on the coexistence of religion and modern science. Localize. To prevent the spread of the infection, measures were taken to localize the source of the virus. Locally. The restaurant uses only fresh, locally grown vegetables. Focal. Cost reduction is one of the most important focal points in this project. Local. When I travel, I enjoy exploring local markets that aren't listed in guidebooks. Vocal. She is known as a very vocal advocate for environmental causes. Token. He gave her a small bouquet of flowers as a token of his gratitude. Unbroken. The racehorse has never lost a race since its debut and maintains an unbroken winning streak. Unspoken. There was an unspoken understanding between the two of them that allowed them to understand each other's feelings without having to put them into words. Focus. The focus of the meeting was narrowed down to next year's budget proposal, and specific discussions were held. Locus. The square has been a locus for political activity for citizens for many years. Locust. In some parts of Africa, a massive outbreak of locusts has caused damage by devouring agricultural crops. So-called. The so-called expert wasn't actually very helpful. Yokel. The young people from the city looked down on the farmer they met in the countryside, calling him a yokel, but were amazed by his wisdom. Broker. He searched through a real estate broker for an affordable office property in the city center. Mediocre. Despite the advertising, the film was mediocre and disappointed audiences. Poker. He maintained a poker face, showing no emotion, and was able to negotiate favorably. Brokerage. He supports real estate transactions through brokerage. Relocate. Due to the branch closure, he will be relocated to a local sales office starting next month. Okay. That plan is okay. Dislocation. Dislocation during a rugby match forced him to sideline. Relocation. Due to the company's relocation overseas, he moved to London with his family. Showcase. The exhibition was a great opportunity for young local artists to showcase their talents. Locate. I used a map app to locate the nearest subway station from my current location. Hokey. The ending of the movie was so hokey that it put me off. Parochial. He has a very parochial outlook, only thinking about his village. Rococo. The interior of the palace is a masterpiece of the Rococo style, with intricate and ornate decorations. Colloquium. Next week, a colloquium on the latest physics research will be held in the university's lecture hall. Prologue. The prologue of the story describes the background leading up to the protagonist's journey. Viola. In the orchestra, he plays the viola, which is known for its deep tone. Uncontrollable. Hearing such sad news, he broke down in uncontrollable tears. Colon. When writing in English, we use a colon to introduce a list or add an explanation. Swollen. I sprained my ankle so badly that it's red and swollen. Condolence. He attended the funeral and offered his deepest condolences to the family. Bowler. In a cricket match, a skilled bowler throws a sharp curveball. Comptroller. As the state's comptroller, he oversees the proper management of public funds. Controller. The latest gaming console comes with an intuitive wireless controller. Polar. In the polar regions of the Earth, glacier melting due to global warming is becoming more severe. Roller. The workmen skillfully moved the roller with the paint to coat the wall evenly. Solar. The house is powered by solar panels installed on the roof. Stroller. On a sunny afternoon, she took her baby for a stroller walk in a nearby park. Polarize. The debate over the bill intensified, polarizing public opinion. Foliage. In autumn, the foliage in the mountains turns a stunning array of reds and yellows. Polling. On election day, many citizens went to polling stations from early in the morning. Rolling. From afar, the rolling sound of thunder could be heard, like an earthquake. Holy. The mountain has long been revered as a holy place, and many pilgrims visit it. Lowly. He rose from lowly to become a minister. Slowly. He walks slowly. Holy. It turned out that the company was entirely responsible for the accident. Petroleum. The global economy remains heavily dependent on petroleum as an energy source. Portfolio. He has a diverse portfolio that combines stocks and bonds to diversify his investment risk. Polo. He is an accomplished equestrian and enjoys playing polo with friends on the weekends. Soloist. The concert featured a world-famous violinist as the soloist. Magnolia. In spring, the magnolia in the garden blooms with large white flowers and gives off a sweet fragrance. Imbroglio. What began as a minor misunderstanding has quickly developed into a complex political imbroglio. Nomad. Nomads living in the vast desert are constantly on the move with their livestock in search of water and grass. Aroma. The fragrant aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted from the kitchen. Coma. The force of the accident caused him to fall into a coma, and he remained unconscious for several days. Diploma. After 4 years of rigorous study, he proudly received his diploma at the graduation ceremony. Diplomacy. Careful diplomacy is essential to easing tensions between the two countries. Chromosome. Human cells contain 46 chromosomes, which carry genetic information. Comatose. He suffered a severe head injury in the accident and was already in a coma when he was taken to the hospital. Abdomen. To strengthen his abdominal muscles, he does abdominal exercises every day. Omen. Ancient people believed that the appearance of a comet was an omen that some ominous event was about to occur. Yeoman. He was an honest, hard-working yeoman who proudly worked his land. Nomenclature. In science, complex nomenclature is used to accurately classify plants and animals. Momentary. It was a momentary joy, but one she will never forget. Moment. The moment he saw the beautiful scenery, he was so moved that he was at a loss for words. Bromide. The speech was full of worn-out bromides and failed to impress the audience. Foment. He used social media to foment discontent and rebellion against society. Misnomer. The building is called the Tower, but it is actually 5 stories tall, so the name is a misnomer. Promiscuous. He had no particular partner and had promiscuous relationships with many women. Comedy. In the international community, maintaining comedy among nations is the first step toward peace. Gloaming. As the sun sets and the surroundings become dark, a somewhat mystical atmosphere takes hold. Bromine. In the chemistry lab, we investigated the properties of bromine, a reddish-brown liquid with a distinctive pungent odor. Homeowner. He saved up his savings over the years and finally became a homeowner. Kimono. She wore a colorfully embroidered kimono to attend a friend's wedding. Persona. He may appear cheerful on social media, but that is just a persona that he has created. Phonograph. He enjoyed listening to the nostalgic sounds of records on an old phonograph, a legacy from his grandfather. Component. This complex machine is made up of thousands of tiny components. Opponent. In the final, he faces the strongest opponent he has ever beaten. Proponent. He is a strong proponent of renewable energy and an enthusiastic proponent. Bonus. Due to the company's strong performance, a special bonus was awarded to all employees. Onus. The onus to prove that the claim is correct lies with the party that made the proposal. Donut. She has a sweet tooth, especially chocolate-covered donuts. Pronoun. To make your English writing sound natural, you need to avoid repeating the same nouns and use pronouns appropriately. Donor. He is known as a generous donor who gives large sums to charitable organizations. Owner. He is the owner of this shop. Toner. My printer ran out of toner, so I ordered a new cartridge. Onerous. He took on the very onerous responsibility of leading the project. Ownership. At a young age, he acquired ownership of the land and decided to start farming. Donate. He donated some of the money he had saved over the years to help underprivileged children. Cloning. Research is underway to apply cloning techniques to increase the populations of endangered species. Abalone. The restaurant is popular for its fresh abalone steaks, known as a luxury ingredient. Baloney. His epic success story was actually mostly baloney. Bony. His long illness has left his fingers bony and thin. Crony. He used his political power to get his crony into important positions. Phony. He insisted it was a valuable piece of jewelry, but upon inspection it was found to be phony. Stony. Even when she heard his excuses, her stony expression remained the same throughout. Ceremonial. The presidential inauguration was held in a solemn, ceremonial atmosphere. Colonial. The city still retains beautiful architecture from its colonial days. Matrimonial. They went on a trip to celebrate their 10th wedding anniversary and reaffirm their matrimonial bond. Testimonial. His honesty is borne out by many of his colleagues in their testimonials. Pandemonium. The sudden power outage temporarily turned the PAC station into a pandemonium. Draconian. The government has introduced very draconian laws to reduce crime rates. Newtonian. In school physics classes, we start by learning basic Newtonian physics. Acrimonious. The divorce negotiations became very acrimonious over the division of assets. Erroneous. The newspaper article was based on erroneous information, and a correction was issued the next day. Felonious. He was charged with felonious intent to deprive another of their property. Harmonious. People with diverse cultures live together harmoniously in the area. Sanctimonious. He preaches to others in a sanctimonious manner, as if he were the only one who is right. Erroneously. His name was erroneously omitted from the list of successful applicants. Ammonia. The cleaning agent is very powerful, but it has a distinctive, pungent ammonia smell. Pneumonia. He developed a bad cold that turned into pneumonia and had to be hospitalized for treatment. Open. Please open the door. Reopen. With restoration work now complete, the public library is scheduled to finally reopen next month. Openness. To increase transparency in an organization, openness from leaders is essential. Opus. The symphony is known as the composer's masterpiece, an opus completed in his later years. Cornucopia. At autumn harvest festivals, cornucopia were displayed, overflowing with fruits and vegetables. Hyperopia. He has hyperopia and needs reading glasses to read close up. Myopia. Looking at smartphones for too long increases the risk of developing myopia. Utopia. Many thinkers have dreamed of a utopia, an ideal society free from conflict and poverty. Opium. Historically, the cultivation of opium, the raw material for narcotics, has been a social problem in the region. Utopian. She dreams of a utopian society where everyone lives equally. Copious. In order to fully understand the content of the lecture, he took copious notes in his notebook. Opiate. Medical opiates were carefully administered to ease the intense pain. Appropriate. At formal occasions such as weddings and funerals, appropriate clothing is required. Expropriate. The government expropriated private land in the area to build the new dam. Inappropriate. Using such language towards your boss is extremely inappropriate behavior for a member of society. Appropriately. Plans need to be adjusted appropriately as circumstances change. Showroom. He visited a car showroom where the latest models were on display in order to buy a new car. Dosage. When taking medicines, you must follow the exact dosage prescribed by your doctor. Mucosal. Cold viruses often enter the body through the mucosal tissues of the nose and throat. Apotheosis. The magnificent ceiling painting of this cathedral is so beautiful that it could be called the apotheosis. Cirrhosis. Years of heavy drinking left him with cirrhosis, a condition that severely impairs liver function. Diagnosis. After extensive testing, a diagnosis was finally made that pinpointed the cause of his chronic pain. Hypnosis. As part of the psychotherapy, hypnosis was used to access the subconscious. Necrosis. Necrosis of tissue was observed in parts of the fingertips where blood flow had stopped due to frostbite. Neurosis. His overly perfectionist nature has led to him suffering from neurosis that has interfered with his daily life. Prognosis. The doctor explained that thanks to early detection, the prognosis after surgery is very good. Psychosis. He developed symptoms of psychosis, a condition in which he was unable to distinguish between reality and delusion, and required hospitalization. Sclerosis. He continues to write while battling multiple sclerosis, a devastating neurological disease. Symbiosis. A symbiotic relationship exists between rhizobia and plants, where they exchange nutrients with each other. Thrombosis. Immobilizing your legs during long flights increases your risk of developing thrombosis. Grocery. On his way home from work, he stopped by a nearby grocery store to buy ingredients for dinner. Engrossing. The mystery novel was so engrossing that I finished it in one night. Osmosis. Plant roots use the principle of osmosis to absorb water from the soil. Tuberculosis. Once feared as an incurable disease, tuberculosis can now be completely cured with proper treatment. Corrosive. When handling strong acids and other corrosive liquids, protective clothing is mandatory. Explosive. Extreme caution is required when handling explosive materials such as bombs. Associate. She still keeps in regular contact with her former associates. Associated. Smoking is closely associated with serious health problems, such as lung cancer and heart disease. Virtuoso. The pianist is a virtuoso whose genius captivates audiences around the world. Postage. Sending this parcel overseas will cost a considerable amount of postage. Coastal. As the typhoon approached, evacuation advisories were issued to residents in coastal areas. Postal. Change of address procedures can be done by mail using postal services. Poster. On the wall of his room is a large poster of his favorite movie. Negotiable. Some of the proposed terms of the contract are still negotiable. Sociable. She is very sociable and can quickly become friends with anyone. Socialist. He supports socialist policies that emphasize wealth redistribution. Socialize. She is very sociable and can quickly socialize with people she meets for the first time, even at parties and other events. Socialism. He argues that we should aim for a society without inequality, and supports the ideals of socialism. Socially. She is very socially active and participates in many volunteer activities. Emotional. The final scene of the movie was very moving, and many in the audience had an emotional reaction. Promotional. To coincide with the launch of the new product, large-scale promotional events were held throughout the city. Social. In modern society, social networking sites have become an important social communication tool. Commotion. I heard a loud noise outside, so I looked out the window and saw a group of people gathered in a commotion. Demotion. He was held responsible for the scandal and was demoted to a rank-and-file employee by his department manager. Emotion. He hid his emotion. Locomotion. The steam locomotive was once one of the most important forms of locomotion. Lotion. To soothe my sunburned skin, I applied a lotion packed with moisturizing ingredients. Motion. This machine is in constant motion. Notion. She had always questioned the old notion that women should stay at home. Ocean. The ship sailed across the vast ocean for several weeks before finally arriving at its destination port. Potion. In the story, a wizard concocted a magical potion for rejuvenation. Promotion. His many years of achievements were recognized and he finally won promotion to manager. Motionless. The cat, stalking its prey, held its breath and remained motionless. Atrocious. The inhumane massacres that took place in the region are recorded as some of the most atrocious crimes in human history. Ferocious. In the wild, lions would launch ferocious attacks on predators to protect their territory. Precocious. She had a very precocious talent, being able to play famous pieces on the piano at just 5 years old. Kosher. Check the label to see if the food is kosher. Negotiator. A calm and skilled negotiator, he managed to negotiate a deal that was on the verge of collapse. Negotiate. Both sides continue to negotiate tenaciously over wage increases and shorter working hours. Braggadocio. His words are full of confidence, but they come across as mere braggadocio without substance. Proton. The nucleus of an atom is made up of positively charged protons and neutrons. Iota. An iota of truth in his explanation. Quota. The sales team is working together to meet this month's sales quota. Notable. Is known as a notable place for its many historic buildings. Potable. In the event of a disaster, securing clean, safe, potable water is the top priority. Notably. The conference brought together many experts, notably authorities in economics. Notify. The recruiters plan to notify each candidate of the results of the final interviews by the end of this week. Photograph. She took a photograph of her family. Protocol. In diplomatic situations, it is important to follow detailed rules and protocols. Noticeable. After a few weeks of training, there was a noticeable change in his physique. Prototype. The development team completed a new prototype with improvements before starting mass production. Motivate. The teacher tried to motivate the students. Protégé. As a protégé of a great painter, he has faithfully inherited his master's techniques. Devoted. She devoted her whole life to supporting the education of underprivileged children. Anecdotal. This is not a story based on scientific evidence, but merely anecdotal personal experience. Total. The total cost is $50. Totally. His opinion was totally different from mine. Potency. This drug has very high potency, so care must be taken with the dosage. Potentate. In that ancient state, a potentate with absolute power ruled over everything. Potent. This drug is very potent, so care must be taken with the amount used. Notice. There was a notice posted on the bulletin board announcing that the entire facility would be closed next Monday. Protester. A large number of protesters gathered in the square and chanted slogans against the new bill. Protest. Thousands of citizens opposed to the proposed tax increase held a massive protest in front of City Hall. Motor. The motor makes a loud noise. Promoter. The promoter of the music festival invited famous artists from around the world. Rotor. The helicopter's rotor began to spin violently and the aircraft slowly lifted off. Voter. Voters lined up at the polls early in the morning to choose their representatives. Coterie. This exclusive coterie does not accept any outside opinions. Notary. To certify the validity of the contract, the document was signed in the presence of a notary. Rotary. The engine's rotary motion efficiently converts energy into power. Motorcycle. On weekends he likes to ride his prized motorcycle along the coast. Rotate. Rotate the tires regularly to prevent wear on machine parts. Noticeably. Since starting the new treatment, his condition has noticeably improved. Bloated. He is feeling uncomfortable and bloated from eating too much last night. Floating. Colorful water lilies were scattered floating on the surface of the lake. Unnoticed. He quietly and unnoticedly left the room so that no one would notice. Automotive. He has loved cars since he was a child and now works as an automotive engineer. Locomotive. Steam locomotives were once the primary means of transport for moving large amounts of goods. Motive. Police are carefully investigating his true motive for committing such a crime. Protein. In order to build muscle efficiently, it is essential to consume high-quality protein after training. Photocopy. He made a photocopy of the contract and kept one for himself. Photocopier. To prepare materials for the meeting, I printed 50 copies using the office's latest photocopier. Photo. He took digital camera photos everywhere to record his travel memories. Loathing. He has a strong loathing for those who do wrong. Nova. Astronomers have successfully observed a new nova exploding in a distant galaxy. Chauvinist. He is a chauvinist who believes his opinions are always correct and does not accept the values of others. Chauvinism. Chauvinism, which is the blind belief that one's own country is superior to other countries, hinders international cooperation. Oval. The conference room had a large oval table that could seat about 20 people. Bovine. Cows and other bovine animals leisurely graze on the grasslands. Moreover. He is a highly capable engineer and, moreover, has excellent leadership skills. Over. The storm passed over in a few hours, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Rover. An unmanned rover sent by NASA to Mars collected rock samples. Overarching. The overarching aim of the project is to create jobs for the local area. Overall. Although some divisions posted losses, the company's overall performance exceeded last year's. Overbearing. He has a very overbearing attitude, which always makes his subordinates feel intimidated. Overcharge. Taxi drivers sometimes target tourists and overcharge them. Overture. The two countries have made overtures through unofficial channels in an effort to improve relations. Overdose. An overdose of sleeping pills can be life-threatening. Overdraw. I overdrawn more cash than I had in my bank account, which resulted in a fee. Overdue. Even if it is for your health, if you suddenly overdo strenuous exercise, you could damage your body. Overdue. The deadline for submitting the report was last week, so it's already overdue. Overemphasize. The importance of healthcare cannot be overemphasized enough. Overgrown. The vacant lot is unkempt and overgrown with waist-high weeds. Overhang. To avoid a sudden downpour, we took shelter under an overhang of rock. Overhaul. To improve efficiency, we decided to completely overhaul the production line system. Overhead. Streetlights shine brightly overhead, illuminating the road at night. Overhear. I accidentally overheard a conversation at the table next to me at a cafe. Ovary. The ovary of a plant is the part that grows into a fruit after fertilization. Overeat. When eating at a buffet, it's easy to overeat the delicious-looking food. Overcast. The sky has been covered with thick clouds since this morning, and it looks like the overcast weather will continue all day. Overcome. She overcame many obstacles and finally secured her ticket to the Olympics. Overlap. The two meetings overlap, so I have to miss one of them. Overlord. In medieval feudal society, peasants paid heavy taxes to their overlords. Overlay. Population density data was overlaid on the map to analyze regional characteristics. Overly. Our fear of failure led us to make an overly conservative plan. Overload. If you cram too much information into your brain at once, it can overload your brain. Overlook. From the hotel window, we could overlook the beautiful ocean. Overnight. The app became a huge hit immediately after its release, and he became a millionaire overnight. Overpass. To avoid traffic jams, the car went through an overpass that crossed a large intersection. Overpay. He overestimated the value of the antique and ended up overpaying at the auction. Overproduction. Overproduction that ignores market demand could lead to a collapse in product prices. Overrun. The factory's production capacity was significantly overrun due to the number of orders exceeding expectations. Overriding. Keeping the company afloat is our overriding priority at this point. Override. In an emergency, the automatic control system can be overridden by manual operation. Overreact. He overreacted to a minor joke and exploded in anger. Overreach. He overreached, trying to achieve results beyond his capabilities, and ultimately caused the project to fail. Oversight. The data entry omission was due to simple oversight by the person checking the data. Overseer. As an overseer at the construction site, he closely monitors the progress and safety of the work. Overseas. To broaden his business horizons, he decided to get an MBA from a university overseas. Oversee. The manager's main role is to oversee the progress of the entire team. Overstate. I cannot overstate how essential his cooperation was to the success of this project. Overshadow. His great achievements completely overshadowed his past small failures. Overtime. I had a ton of work this week, so I worked 3 hours of overtime every day. Overturn. The Supreme Court has decided to overturn previous decisions made by lower courts. Overtake. Our team plans to overtake our competitors by introducing innovative technology. Overtone. Behind his calm tone, there was a hint of a warning overtone. Overthrow. Citizens organized large-scale demonstrations to overthrow the dictatorial regime. Overview. At the beginning of the meeting, an overview was given to give an overall understanding of the project. Covert. The government conducted covert intelligence gathering operations to investigate the situation in neighboring countries. Jovial. He always has a jovial personality and naturally makes people around him smile. Nowhere. I lost my keys, and no matter how much I searched around the house, I couldn't find them anywhere. Coworker. He worked closely with trusted coworkers to make new projects a success. Disposable. Recently, there has been a movement to reduce the use of disposable products in order to reduce plastic. Supposedly. The old house is supposedly haunted. Disposal. Proper disposal methods must be followed when dealing with hazardous waste. Proposal. He submitted a proposal for a new business model to the board of directors. Composer. The famous composer has composed numerous film scores and has won international awards. Imposing. In the center of town stands an imposing stone building that exudes a long history. Cozy. Reading in front of the fireplace on a cold winter's night is a very cozy experience. Nosy. She is a bit nosy and is always curious about what her neighbors are doing. Rosy. At the start of the new project, the CEO spoke of a rosy outlook. Symposium. Experts gathered together to hold an international symposium on climate change countermeasures. Ozone. The ozone layer surrounding the Earth plays an important role in blocking harmful ultraviolet rays from the sun. Ambrosia. In Greek mythology, ambrosia was said to grant immortality to the gods. Ambrosial. The desserts at the restaurant were ambrosial, like food for the gods. Corrosion. Seaside buildings are prone to corrosion of metal parts due to salty winds. Erosion. Years of wind and rain have caused the rocks to be worn away by erosion, creating a unique topography. Explosion. A gas leak at a factory caused a large explosion, and evacuation orders were issued to nearby residents. Implosion. The building was demolished without causing any damage to the surrounding area using an implosion method, in which the building collapsed inward. Closure. Due to poor business performance, the long-established department store finally faced the day of closure. Composure. Even when faced with unexpected trouble, he never lost his composure. Disclosure. Companies have an obligation to make accurate disclosures about their financial situation to investors. Enclosure. The museum garden has a glass enclosure to protect rare plants. Exposure. Prolonged exposure to UV rays can have adverse effects on the skin. Hosiery. The hosiery section of the department store has a wide variety of designs. Globe. After retiring, he embarked on a globe-trotting journey to experience cultures from around the world. Lobe. The temporal lobe of the brain plays an important role in processing auditory information and memory. Probe. Scientists have sent an unmanned probe to study the geology of Mars. Approach. We have attempted a logical and scientific approach to this complex problem. Broach. He was wondering how to broach a very sensitive topic. Coach. He is the coach of the basketball team. Encroach. As urban development progresses rapidly, residential areas are gradually encroaching on forests. Poach. Patrols have been stepped up to prevent poachers from poaching rare wildlife. Reproach. His irresponsible behavior drew harsh reproach from everyone on the team. Roach. He screamed when he found a large roach in the kitchen of his old apartment. Encroachment. Encroachment on the natural environment caused by urban development threatens wildlife ecosystems. Abode. He lives quietly away from the hustle and bustle of the city in a simple abode deep in the forest. Bode. The sudden deterioration in economic indicators bodes well for a future recession. Code. He wrote new computer code. Corrode. The iron fence along the coast is gradually beginning to corrode due to the effects of salty winds. Decode. Experts have spent months trying to decode a complex code discovered in an ancient ruin. Encode. He encoded the data. Erode. Heavy rain and wind are gradually eroding the coastal cliffs. Explode. The climax of the film is a spectacular scene in which a huge spaceship explodes, emitting a flash of light. Forebode. The sky was covered with ominous black clouds, foreboding of a severe storm. Goad. He was goaded by his rival's provocations and finally exploded in anger. Implode. The building was demolished in such a way that it would implode inwards to minimize damage to the surrounding area. Load. He carried a heavy load and carefully climbed the steep mountain path, step by step. Lode. Mining engineers were overjoyed when they discovered a rich lode of gold lying deep within the mountain. Mode. To improve his concentration, he turned off notifications on his smartphone and switched into work mode. Node. The system was inspected to ensure that each node or nodule of the network was functioning properly. Ode. The poet wrote a passionate ode in praise of the beauty of nature. Road. This old road is a historic route that was once traveled by many merchants. Toad. In the garden after the rain, a big toad slowly disappeared into the grass. Unload. When the truck arrived, the workers began to efficiently unload the cargo. Roadblock. Police set up roadblocks on major roads to block getaway vehicles. Roadside. On our drive, we stopped at a small roadside restaurant. Loathe. She loathes lying more than anything else and values honesty. Clothes. He picked out the cleanest clothes from his closet in preparation for his interview tomorrow. Rogue. The organization has rogue members who do not follow the instructions of their superiors and act on their own. Foe. Fashion that was popular in the 1960s has been given a modern twist and is once again attracting attention. Baroque. The church is a masterpiece of lavishly decorated Baroque architecture. Bloke. He met a bloke at a pub and they hit it off talking about football. Choke. He was eating in a hurry and nearly choked on his food. Cloak. She wore a large black cloak to conceal her identity. Coke. Steel mills use large amounts of coke, which is made by steaming coal. Evoke. The nostalgic melody evoked happy childhood memories in my mind. Folk. He is an avid collector of old folk tales passed down among the local people. Invoke. To get out of her predicament, she invoked Article 5 of the treaty. Joke. He told a funny joke. Poke. Out of curiosity, the child poked the hole with a tree branch that had fallen to the ground. Provoke. Careless remarks can provoke the other person's anger or resentment. Revoke. Due to repeated violations of traffic rules, his driver's license was revoked. Smoke. There is cigarette smoke in the room. Soak. To soothe my tired body, I decided to take a long soak in a warm bath. Spoke. He noticed that one of the spokes on his bicycle was broken. Stoke. He stokes the fire by adding new logs to keep it burning. Stroke. He suffered a stroke, but thanks to prompt treatment he survived. Yoke. The farmer put a yoke around the necks of 2 oxen and had them work the field. Yolk. He cracked the egg and poured the bright yellow yolk into a bowl. Folklore. We spoke to local elderly people about the folklore that has been passed down in the village for generations. Cloakroom. When she arrived at the party venue, she headed to the cloakroom to leave her coat. Folksy. He quickly captured the hearts of the audience with his folksy way of speaking. Spokesperson. A government spokesperson expressed confidence in the effectiveness of the new economic policies. Colloquial. I want to learn not only the expressions found in textbooks, but also colloquial expressions used by native speakers. Coax. Coaxed her frightened, crying child with sweets and brought him inside the house. Hoax. The news, which spread across the internet, turned out to be a hoax intended to stir up public anxiety. Spokeswoman. A company spokeswoman issued an official statement regarding the scandal. Soaked. He was caught in a sudden heavy shower, and without an umbrella, his clothes got soaked. Bole. The thick bole of the giant tree was covered with deep wrinkles, evidence that it had survived for many years. Boll. In the cotton fields at harvest time, white, popped bolls, were spread all over the place. Bowl. She filled a bowl with fresh salad and placed it in the middle of the table. Cajole. With some clever words, she cajoled her boss to approve her vacation. Coal. Old steam locomotives ran powerfully on large amounts of coal. Control. The pilot had complete control of the aircraft and landed it safely in the severe storm. Dole. Unemployed, he barely makes ends meet on government dole. Droll. He always keeps a straight face and tells droll jokes that make people laugh. Enroll. To improve his skills, he has decided to enroll in a night programming class starting next month. Extol. Critics extol the young director's innovative direction. Goal. He practices hard every day to achieve his goal of becoming a professional soccer player. Hole. There is a fence around the area to prevent people from falling into a deep hole dug in the ground. Knoll. They sat on a small knoll with a good view and watched the sun go down. Mole. There was a small mound of earth on the lawn in the garden, so it seemed like a mole had taken up residence there. Pole. To hold the flag high, we erected a sturdy metal pole in the middle of the yard. Poll. Recent polls have shown that the approval rating of the current government is gradually declining. Role. In the film, he plays an important role as the protagonist's best friend. Roll. The children were running happily after the roll ball that was rolling down the slope. Scroll. The museum displays precious parchment scrolls containing ancient history. Sole. These shoes are very comfortable, but the soles are starting to wear out and I need to have them repaired. Soul. The music touches my soul. Stroll. After dinner, his daily routine is to take a leisurely stroll through the local park. Toll. To travel on the expressway, you must pay a prescribed toll at the exit. Whole. He was so hungry that he ate a whole big pizza. Beholden. He feels forever beholden to his friend, who rescued him from a difficult situation. Embolden. Emboldened by the strong support of his colleagues, he presented his improvement proposal to the company. Golden. He seized the golden opportunity. Boulder. In the middle of the trail there was a huge boulder blocking our path. Folder. He organized the scattered documents and put them into color-coded folders for each project. Holder. She carried a cup of hot coffee in a special holder. Shoulder. He set off on his long journey with a heavy backpack on both shoulders. Smolder. In the remains of the campfire, the remaining firewood was quietly smoldering. Molding. The room has beautiful decorative molding where the walls and ceiling meet. Moldy. If you leave bread in a damp place, it will become moldy within a few days. Doleful. The lost puppy had big eyes and was crying dolefully. Soldier. He became a soldier to protect his country and endured harsh training. Solely. Overcame the difficulties solely on his own, without the help of others. Enrollment. The university has begun the enrollment process for new students starting next year. Wholesome. The farm grows wholesome vegetables that children can eat with peace of mind. Wholesale. The store purchases products at wholesale prices, allowing it to sell them cheaper than other stores. Bolster. To revive the economy, the government sought to bolster market confidence by increasing support for small and medium-sized enterprises. Holster. The police officer put his hand on his holster and became more alert. Upholstery. He decided to replace the upholstery on his sofa, which had worn out over the years. Molten. Molten lava erupted from the volcano and slowly flowed down the slope of the mountain. Poultice. My grandmother would make me a warm herbal poultice to soothe my sore throat. Revolting. A revolting smell of rotting food wafted from the corner of the kitchen. Poultry. The farm raises poultry such as chickens and ducks and ships their meat to market. Behold. The beauty of the sunrise seen from the summit was truly a sight worth beholding. Bold. In order to overcome a difficult situation, he made a bold decision that surprised those around him. Cold. As the cold winter wind blew, he continued walking with the collar of his coat turned up. Controlled. The experiment was conducted in a very precise and controlled environment, free from outside influences. Fold. He carefully folded the letter into thirds and placed it in an envelope. Gold. This ring is made of pure gold. Hold. She held on tightly with both hands to avoid breaking her precious treasure. Mold. He kneaded the wet clay and molded it into the shape he wanted. Old. He has an old car. Scold. The mother scolded her child harshly when he came home with his clothes dirty after playing in the mud. Sold. The limited edition watches were all sold out within just a few hours of being released. Told. He promised to keep it a secret, but finally told the truth to his best friend. Uncontrolled. The wildfire spread uncontrolled, and nearby residents were advised to evacuate. Unfold. As the journey progressed, the scenery unfolded before my eyes, revealing magnificent views I had never imagined. Unsold. Even when the market was about to close, Many vegetables remained unsold and lined up in front of the stores. Uphold. The role of a judge is to protect the rights of individuals and uphold justice under the law. Withhold. The police temporarily withheld crucial information about the case, so as not to impede the investigation. Boldface. By using boldface for the keywords we want to emphasize, we make it easier for readers to pay attention to them. Goldfish. Keeps a few colorful goldfish in a small pond in his garden. Boldly. He boldly asserted his beliefs in the face of much opposition. Coldly. She coldly treated her former friend who had betrayed her. Goldsmith. The skilled goldsmith crafted a very intricate and beautiful ring from gold. Bolt. The door bolts were tightly fastened to improve security at night. Colt. At the ranch, a lively newborn colt runs around beside his mother. Jolt. The train's sudden braking caused a violent jolt, causing standing passengers to stagger. Molt. Birds and reptiles molt as they grow. Revolt. The citizens, suffering under heavy taxes, finally launched a violent revolt against the government. Comb. She carefully combed her hair in front of the mirror before leaving the house. Dome. The cathedral's huge dome is decorated with elaborate frescoes. Foam. The waves crashing onto the beach turned into pure white foam, covering the sand. Home. I am going home now. Loam. The soil here is rich loam, making it ideal for gardening. Roam. Vast protected areas where wild animals can roam freely have been created all over Africa. Tome. From the depths of the library, he brought out a massive tome on medieval history. Homecoming. 10 years after graduating, he attended a homecoming event held at his university. Homeland. He has lived abroad for many years, but dreams of one day returning to his homeland. Homeless. Many people who lost their homes in the earthquake are forced to live homeless lives in evacuation centers. Homelessness. The government is planning to build new public housing to alleviate homelessness. Homely. The inn wasn't luxurious, but it was clean and filled with a homely warmth. Homemade. She baked a homemade cake filled with fresh fruit for a friend's party. Homespun. She prefers clothes made from simple homespun fabrics to sophisticated city clothes. Homestead. His ancestors settled in the area in the 19th century and built a vast homestead with their own hands. Homework. The teacher gave the students a lot of homework to finish by the weekend. Alone. He lives alone. Atone. He dedicated the rest of his life to community service to atone for the mistakes he had made in the past. Bemoan. Many older people bemoan about the poor language used by young people these days. Bone. He suffered an injury that broke a bone in his leg, but he is recovering well now. Clone. Advances in science and technology have made it possible to clone animals, but ethical debate continues. Condone. Whatever the reason, we cannot condone the use of violence to solve problems. Cone. Instead of a cup, I ordered my ice cream in a crunchy cone. Crone. In old tales, a wise old crone lives deep in the forest. Disown. Because he disobeyed the teachings of his family, his father disowned him. Drone. In order to improve the efficiency of farming, he introduced drones that can spray pesticides from the sky. Groan. Groaned involuntarily as he tried to lift the heavy load. Hone. In order to be successful as a professional interpreter, she honed her English listening skills every day. Known. He is a world-famous architect who has designed many innovative buildings. Loan. I took out a loan from the bank. Moan. He had caught a bad cold and had a high fever, and was moaning in pain in his bed. Overblown. The media coverage of the incident was overblown. Own. He dreams of one day owning his own company, and is currently training diligently. Phone. He is talking on the phone now. Postpone. Due to bad weather, the planned outdoor concert has been postponed until next Sunday. Prone. He has a tendency to be distracted and prone to making small mistakes. Roan. At the ranch, beautiful roan horses with white fur mixed into their base color were running. Stone. He picked up a stone by the river. Throne. The heir to the throne sat on the golden throne after a solemn ceremony. Tone. His tone was very polite. Unknown. The island may be home to many unknown plants and animals that have yet to be discovered by humans. Zone. This is a no parking zone. Only. Only person who knows the secret. Loneliness. Living alone in a big city can sometimes make you feel a deep sense of loneliness. Atonement. He made a large anonymous donation as atonement for his mistakes. Lonesome. Living alone away from family can be very lonesome at times. Won't. As a won't, he takes a 30-minute walk in the local park before breakfast. Cope. She successfully copes with the pressures of work and balancing her family life. Dope. In professional sports, Random dope tests are conducted to ensure fair competition. Elope. Against their parents' wishes, the two secretly eloped and married in the middle of the night. Grope. In the pitch-black room due to a power outage, he placed his hand against the wall and groped for the switch. Hope. No matter how difficult the situation, it is important to keep trying and not give up hope until the very end. Lope. The wolf loped across the snowy plain in pursuit of its prey. Rope. He tied the heavy load with a rope. Scope. The scope of this study aims to cover market trends over the past 5 years. Slope. The slope of that ski resort is steep. Soap. After washing your hands, it is important to rinse off the soap thoroughly with water. Hopefully. Hopefully, we will have sunny weather for tomorrow's sports day. Hopeful. Although the situation is tough, the entire team remains hopeful and positive about winning. Hopelessly. Their relationship had hopelessly deteriorated and seemed beyond repair. Close. If you don't keep the windows tightly closed, outside noise will leak into the room. Diagnose. Doctors use the latest testing equipment to accurately diagnose the patient's condition. Dose. The exact dose is printed on the medicine package. Engross. The mystery novel's clever foreshadowing keeps readers engrossed to the very end. Grandiose. The plan he described seemed so grandiose that it seemed unlikely to come to fruition. Gross. His careless mistake caused gross losses to the company. Morose. Ever since his heartbreak, he has been holed up in his room with a morose look on his face. Postscript. After he finished writing the letter, he added something he had forgotten to mention as a postscript. Closely. Security camera footage was closely analyzed to identify the perpetrator's characteristics. Grossly. The report grossly underestimated the extent of the damage. Boast. He boasted to those around him about how wealthy he was. Coast. I spent the weekend away from the hustle and bustle of the city, relaxing on the coast where the gentle waves litter the shore. Engrossed. He became so engrossed in his new hobby of woodworking that he lost track of time as he worked. Ghost. He claimed to have seen a ghost. Host. As the host of the party, he took great care of all the guests. Most of the participants were in favor of the new project approach. Post. He posted the letter. Roast. For Sunday dinner, we were served slow-cooked roast beef in the oven. Boastful. He is somewhat shunned by those around him because he is boastful about his achievements. Postcard. From her travels, she sent postcards with beautiful landscapes printed on them to her family. Coastline. The country's coastline is very intricate and has many beautiful coves. Ghostly. The ghostly silhouette of a sunken ship emerged from the mist. Mostly. His claims are mostly correct, but there are some factual errors. Postmark. The letter bore a London postmark of yesterday. Postnatal. Proper postnatal care is necessary to look after the mother's body after giving birth. Postwar. The country has achieved post-war reconstruction and recorded phenomenal economic growth. Gauche. Although he is knowledgeable, he tends to behave somewhat gauchely in social situations. Emotionally. She became emotional and couldn't hold back the tears when saying goodbye to her best friend. Bloat. Excessive salt intake causes the body to retain water, which can lead to bloat in the face and legs. Boat. A small boat is floating on the lake, and a fisherman is spending time leisurely. Coat. Put on your coat because it is cold outside. Connote. The color white connotes images of purity and cleanliness in many cultures. Demote. He was demoted from section chief to assistant section chief for serious disciplinary violations. Denote. The dotted red lines on the map denote new roads currently under construction. Devote. He decided to devote the rest of his life to helping poor children get an education. Dote. The grandparents are overjoyed at the birth of their first grandchild and dote him with all their hearts. Float. The lightweight plastic container floats on the surface of the water without sinking. Gloat. It is a despicable act to gloat in your heart when you see your rival fail. Goat. I saw a goat in the mountains. Moat. The old castle was surrounded by a deep moat to protect it from invaders. Moat. In the sunlight streaming in through the window, I could see countless tiny mote floating in the air. Note. To avoid forgetting, I took notes the important points of the meeting in my notepad. Oat. To stay healthy, he includes fiber-rich oats in his breakfast every morning. Promote. The company promoted the new product with a large-scale campaign to spread the word about its appeal. Quote. He quoted famous philosophers to support his argument. Remote. The village is located deep in the mountains in a very remote location and has no electricity. Rote. He doesn't understand the meaning of the formulas, he just tries to memorize them by rote. Throat. I think I have caught a cold, as I have had a strange feeling in my throat since this morning and it is difficult to speak. Vote. The people cast their precious vote in the election to choose their representatives. Remotely. Remotely connection to the incident. Oatmeal. For his health, he eats warm oatmeal with fruit every morning. Noteworthy. His latest paper contains some very noteworthy findings for the scientific community. Both. She can speak both English and French fluently. Growth. The economic growth of the region has been fueled by the attraction of new factories. Loath. He is loath to leave the home he has lived in for many years and has been refusing talk of moving. Oath. Upon assuming his new position, he took an oath to uphold the Constitution and to perform his duties faithfully. Sloth. He lives a sloth-like life, lazing around on the sofa all day. Troth. They pledged eternal love and exchanged troth in marriage, binding them in a strong bond. Cove. Deep in the complex coastline, a small cove with calm waters was hidden. Drove. As soon as he got his new car, he drove down to the coast for the weekend. Grove. On top of the hill, there is a grove of sweet-smelling orange trees. Rove. In search of a freer lifestyle, he roves around the world with just a backpack. Compose. He composed a new symphony to express the emotions welling up inside him. Decompose. Fallen leaves are decomposed by the action of microorganisms and eventually return to fertile soil. Depose. Public discontent grew, and eventually the dictator was deposed in a military coup. Disclose. Companies have an obligation to accurately disclose their financial situation to investors. Dispose. When dealing with hazardous chemicals, they must be safely disposed of in accordance with prescribed methods. Doze. Basking in the warm afternoon sunshine, he dozed off on the sofa. Enclose. Along with the letter, I am enclosing a printout of a family photo taken last weekend. Expose. He exposed corporate corruption that had been hidden for many years through thorough investigations. Foreclose. When he fell behind on his mortgage payments, the bank began the process of foreclosing on his home. Hose. He attached a long rubber hose to the tap to water the plants in his garden. Impose. The government has decided to impose a new luxury tax on the people in order to close the budget deficit. Interpose. He interposed himself between the two men to stop their fierce conflict. Juxtapose. The juxtaposition of traditional architecture and modern buildings highlights the contrast in the city's history. Nose. She has a high nose. Oppose. Many residents strongly oppose plans to build a huge factory in a quiet residential area. Pose. Global warming poses a very serious threat to the survival of humanity. Predispose. Genetic factors can predispose to the development of certain diseases. Propose. As the leader of a new project, he proposed an efficient workflow. Prose. His novels are written in a unique prose style that combines poetic beauty and power. Repose. She left the hustle and bustle of the city and sought repose for her body and mind in a quiet rural village. Rose. When she entered the room, the guests all rose from their seats in reverence. Superimpose. Using the latest technology, a modern cityscape was superimposed on top of an old photograph. Suppose. Seeing that she hasn't arrived yet, we suppose that the train is delayed. Those documents on the desk are scheduled to be distributed at tomorrow's meeting. Throes. The country is now in the throes of transition from the old system to a new democracy. Transpose. He felt that the key of the song did not suit him, so he transposed it to a pitch that was easier to sing. Exposed. He was exposed to the truth. Imposed. They imposed a new tax. Opposed. He took a strongly opposed stance against the new project from a budgetary standpoint. Proposed. At the meeting, he proposed an innovative solution to improve productivity. Disrobe. The model slowly disrobed in the waiting room to change into her outfit for the photo shoot. Spring-loaded. The door is spring-loaded and closes automatically when you let go of it. Modish. She always wears the latest trendy modish clothes. Oaf. He's a good-sized guy, but he's a clumsy oaf who's always unsteady on his feet. Sophist. He was viewed with suspicion by those he debated as a sophist who skillfully twisted the facts with words. Brogue. He was from Ireland and spoke with a distinctive strong brogue accent. Login. To access the website, I entered my username and password to complete the login. Cohere. His arguments were logically coherent and had the power to convince his audience. Would-be. Many would-be actors flocked to Hollywood to audition. Dolt. He made the same mistake over and over again, and people around him began to think he was a dolt. Gnome. In her garden there is a cute gnome figurine that is said to bring good luck. Lissom. The ballerina's lissom movements captivated the audience. Low income. The government has introduced a new subsidy system to help low-income households. Chromatic. In music class, we practice chromatic scales, which are made up of halftones. Chromatin. Chromatin, present in the cell nucleus, is a complex of DNA and proteins that stores genetic information. Bibliophile. He is an admitted bibliophile, and his home is filled with thousands of old books. iPhone. I bought a new iPhone. Trope. The hero defeating the villain and saving the world is a classic movie trope. Globose. The cactus has a round, globose shape and produces beautiful flowers. Hindmost. He was at the hindmost end of the line and had no idea what was going on in front of him, which made him anxious. Inmost. She wrote in her diary her most intimate feelings, which she had never confided to anyone. Divot. While hitting a golf shot, he put too much force into the ball and created a divot. Emote. The actor emote intensely on stage to express his deep grief at losing a loved one. Poetics. Aristotle's Poetics remains the basic text for poetics in literary criticism. Protist. Protists are single-celled eukaryotic organisms, such as euglena and amoeba. Votive. He placed a small votive candle on the altar to express his gratitude for his wish being granted. Clove. To enhance the flavor of the dish, a finely chopped garlic clove was added. Fossa. The ancient castle was surrounded by a deep fossa to protect it from invaders. Vocab. In order to improve his English vocabulary, he tries to learn 10 new words every day. Dotage. He became a dotage and began to talk over and over about the past. Stowage. To make effective use of the limited space on the ship, careful attention was paid to cargo stowage. Coeval. The two historic buildings are almost coeval and represent the architectural style of the time. Nodal. The station plays a nodal role in the transport network, with many lines intersecting it. Notional. The plan is still in the notional stage, with specific details yet to be determined. Sociopolitical. The film offers a sharp critique of the complex sociopolitical issues facing modern society. Stoical. He has a stoical personality and will endure any difficulties he faces without a single complaint. Otolaryngologist. Because his hearing was getting worse, he went to see an otolaryngologist, a specialist in the field of ear, nose, and throat. Homunculus. Stories of alchemy feature tiny artificial humans, or homunculus created in flasks. Proscenium. In the center of the theater is an arched proscenium that separates the stage from the auditorium. Protoplasm. Protoplasm, which is the combination of the cell nucleus and cytoplasm, is the substance that forms the physical basis of life activities. Scrotum. The scrotum, part of the male genitalia, plays a role in maintaining the right temperature for sperm production. Solecism. He was not well versed in social etiquette and committed serious solecism at the party. Sophism. His arguments may appear logical at first glance, but in reality they are nothing more than sophism designed to deceive others. Syllogism. Men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, is a classic example of a syllogism. Anglo-Saxon. In British history, the Anglo-Saxon period had a major influence on cultural formation. Anglo-Saxon. I study Anglo-Saxon culture. Betoken. The sudden darkening of the sky betokens a severe storm. Coeducation. The school was an all-boys school for many years, but with the times it transitioned to coeducation. Locution. He used the local locution to become friends with the local people. Oaken. My grandfather's house has a heavy, sturdy oak table. Oblation. To show their gratitude to God, believers offer bountiful harvests as oblations on the altar. Olfaction. Dogs have a much better sense of smell than humans and can detect even the faintest odors. Phlogiston. Before the development of modern chemistry, combustion was believed to be the release of phlogiston from a substance. Protrusion. An unnatural protrusion was seen on the rock face, and it was feared that this was a sign of an impending collapse. Vocalization. Parrots have an amazing ability to vocalize and imitate the human voice. Zooplankton. Zooplankton, an important food source for fish and whales, underpin marine ecosystems. Coalescence. Coalescence, the coming together of different corporate cultures, takes a long time. Obeisance. He stepped forward before the king and bowed deeply in obeisance. Coagulant. To stop the bleeding, he was given a coagulant, a drug that helps blood clot. Emollient. To protect dry skin, I applied a moisturizing emollient. Opalescent. The inside of the shell had an opalescent glow that changed color depending on the light. Protuberant. He was born with protuberant eyes, which made him look constantly surprised. Emolument. He not only enjoys a high social status, but also a generous salary to match. Prohibitionist. He is a prohibitionist who advocates a total ban on the sale and production of alcohol. Once in a lifetime. The total solar eclipse was a once-in-a-lifetime, precious experience. Open and shut. All the evidence was there, and the trial was clearly an open and shut case. Roseate. At dusk, the western sky was enveloped in a roseate glow, creating a truly fantastical scene. Sociolinguist. As a sociolinguist, she studies language differences based on region and class. Solute. Sugar dissolves in water as a solute. Foreknowledge. Had foreknowledge that the market would crash. Show-off. A show-off who, when he buys a new sports car, makes a point of driving past his friends to brag about it. Claw. A hawk with sharp claws dove down from the sky, aiming for its prey. Draw. She draws landscapes in her notebook every day for her future dream. Flaw. The diamond is very beautiful, but under a magnifying glass, you can see a slight flaw. Gnaw. A small mouse was gnawing on the hard cheese with its sharp front teeth. Guffaw. His joke was so funny that a loud guffaw echoed through the quiet meeting room. Law. To protect the safety of citizens, everyone must equally obey the law. Paw. My pet dog puts its paw on my knee when it wants to go for a walk. Slaw. He added a crunchy cabbage slaw as a side dish to the main meat course. Thaw. With the arrival of spring, the river ice began to slowly thaw. Withdraw. He withdrew some cash from the bank ATM because he needed to cover a sudden expense. Withdrawal. He headed to the bank to make a large cash withdrawal. Drawback. That latest device is very high performance, but its high price is its only drawback. Bauble. The street stall was lined with cheap, shiny baubles that children would enjoy. Debauchery. The former aristocrats indulged in debauchery night after night, taking advantage of their wealth. Inaudible. His voice was so quiet that it was almost inaudible in the noisy venue. Laudable. His dedicated work for the community is a laudable act that should be praised by many. Laudatory. His new novel received laudatory reviews from many critics. Dawdle. Even though he was going to be late for school, he dawdled along, looking at insects by the roadside. Broaden. He went on a solo trip abroad during his vacation to broaden his horizons. Sawdust. The floor of the woodworking shop was covered in a large amount of sawdust generated during the work. Marauder. That coastal area was once threatened by marauders coming from the sea. Auditory. Humans recognize and distinguish various surrounding sounds through the auditory system. Auditor. An external auditor scrutinized the company's financial statements to check for any irregularities. Audit. The accounting firm audited the company's financial statements for accuracy. Plaudit. His innovative research results received many plaudits from the scientific community. Body. The comedian made some body jokes on the late-night show to make the audience laugh. Gaudy. The dress she wore to the party was so brightly colored it gave a somewhat gaudy impression. Tawdry. The shop was lined with tawdry ornaments that were gaudy and cheap-looking. Lawfully. He pays all his taxes lawfully to fulfill his duties as a citizen. Officer. The police officer gave a stern warning to the driver, who committed a traffic violation. Lawful. He proved that his business was a lawful enterprise, complying with all national regulations. Unlawful. Entering someone else's land without permission is considered unlawful trespassing. Often. He likes reading and often goes to the library on weekends to look for new books. Office. I am at the office now. Coffer. The kingdom's coffers were becoming empty due to the prolonged war and bad harvests. Offer. He offered to help me. Coffin. During the funeral, the coffin containing the deceased was carried quietly by family and friends. Profligacy. The kingdom's finances were on the brink of collapse due to the former king's excessive profligacy. Profligate. He exhausted the vast inheritance he received on a profligate lifestyle. Doggedly. Despite criticism from around him, he continued to strive doggedly toward his goal. Augur. Experts predict that the improvement in economic indicators will augur well for the recovery of the economy. Inaugural. The new president called for national unity in his inaugural address. Logging. Excessive logging has been carried out in this area, making deforestation a serious problem. Inaugurate. The new president will be formally inaugurated into office next month. Fraudulent. He used fraudulent means to swindle a large amount of cash from others. Ornithological. He continues to observe rare birds living in the rainforest for an ornithological survey. Modulate. The singer skillfully modulated her vocal tone to express emotions. Talkative. He is very talkative, and once he starts talking, he doesn't stop. Caucus. Party leaders held a caucus to select the next candidate. Raucous. Raucous laughter from drunkards could be heard from the street late at night. Hawker. At the entrance of the market, the vigorous voice of a hawker selling fresh fruit echoed. Talking. He is very good at talking and always captivates his audience. Mawkish. The romance movie was so mawkish that he lost interest halfway through. Gawky. The adolescent boy walked in a somewhat gawky manner, unable to manage his rapidly growing limbs. Meritocracy. The company has introduced a meritocracy where capable individuals are valued regardless of their age. Counterclockwise. To loosen this screw, you need to turn the tool counterclockwise. Awkwardly. He stood awkwardly at the unfamiliar party, not knowing anyone. Cosmology. He decided to major in cosmology at university to study the origin and evolution of the universe. Solemnly. The new president solemnly swore before the people to uphold the Constitution. Flawless. Her performance was flawless, and the entire audience gave her a standing ovation. Wallet. When he tried to pay at the register, He realized he had left his wallet at home. Caller. Since he was in a meeting, he told the caller that he would call back later. Hydraulic. The heavy machinery used a hydraulic system to lift huge rocks with ease. Appalling. The government took action to improve the appalling sanitary conditions in the slums. Calling. Since he was a child, he felt that helping people in distress was his calling. Impolitic. In the current situation, outright rejecting your boss's opinion would be impolitic. Trauma. The accident he experienced as a child remains a deep mental trauma for him even today. Lawmaker. Lawmakers debated the new environmental protection bill until late at night. Lawmaking. The lawmaking process for new environmental protections is proceeding carefully in the legislature. Fauna. This national park is known for protecting a wide variety of fauna. Sauna. He refreshed himself by sweating in the gym's sauna to relieve the day's fatigue. Fawning. He always maintains a fawning attitude to avoid displeasing his boss. Brawny. He achieved a brawny physique through daily hard training. Scrawny. He has a metabolism that prevents him from gaining weight and is always told he is scrawny. Longing. He couldn't help but feel a deep longing for the beautiful scenery of his hometown. Pauper. Once a multimillionaire, he lost everything in failed investments and died a pauper. Moron. He is a rude man who calls others morons while ignoring his own careless mistakes. Aura. The famous actor who appeared on stage emitted a mysterious aura that overwhelmed everyone around him. Aurora. A beautiful aurora shimmering like a curtain appeared in the frigid Arctic sky. Flora. Many botanists visit to observe the rare flora unique to the wetlands. Adorable. The little puppy playing in the park was truly adorable to everyone who saw it. Deplorable. The unsanitary living conditions in that slum are deplorable from a humanitarian perspective. Horrible. He felt horrible after seeing such a tragic sight. Horribly. He was in a car accident and suffered a horribly deep wound on his face. Corridor. Numerous meeting rooms line both sides of the long corridor. Orifice. The precision instrument is provided with a small orifice for taking in air. Glorify. The movie was criticized for excessively glorifying the brave battles of past heroes. Horrify. The brutally cruel news horrified people all over the world. Horrified. She was horrified by the catastrophic damage from the tsunami after seeing the news. Corrugated. The corrugated cardboard boxes used for shipping maintain high strength due to their structure. Origin. Scientists are developing the latest observation devices to explore the origin of the universe. Oracle. People in ancient Greece sought the advice of an oracle before making important decisions. Demoralize. The successive defeats significantly demoralized the entire team. Moralize. He has a tendency to moralize about almost everything that happens. Demoralized. The players on the team became completely demoralized after a string of defeats. Corollary. He believes that success is the natural corollary of hard work. Correlate. The statistician investigated how exercise volume correlates with health status. Moralist. He is known as a strict moralist and always preaches ethical correctness to those around him. Coronet. The noble lady placed a beautiful coronet studded with jewels on her head during the ceremony. Coronary. He is at an increased risk of coronary disease due to an irregular lifestyle. Coroner. When a suspicious body was found, the coroner rushed to the scene and began identifying the cause of death. Foreigner. The number of foreigners visiting Japan is increasing year by year, and tourist spots are bustling. Horoscope. It is her habit to check the horoscope for her zodiac sign every morning. Forestry. Forestry has flourished in this area for a long time, and many people live in harmony with the mountains. Exploratory. The doctor suggested performing an exploratory examination to identify the cause of the pain. Oratory. His magnificent oratory deeply moved an audience of thousands. Prioritize. To achieve results within a limited time, it is essential to prioritize your tasks. Orator. He was a great orator in history, and his words moved the hearts of millions. Authoritative. He is the most authoritative person in that field, and his opinions are respected. Pejorative. Care must be taken as that word is often used in a pejorative sense today. Authority. He is a world authority in that field and has authored many papers. Majority. As a result of the vote, the new bill was passed with the approval of the majority. Minority. In that country, there are laws to protect the rights of the linguistic minority. Priority. He makes spending time with his family his top priority over work. Sorority. At U.S. universities, there are social organizations called sororities made up only of female students. Florid. His writing was a very florid style, using too many difficult words. Horrid. He instinctively looked away after witnessing that horrid sight. Torrid. Under the torrid sun of the desert, they continued to move forward while fighting thirst. Porridge. In the UK, it is common to eat warm oatmeal porridge for breakfast. Storage. Since my smartphone storage was full, I deleted unnecessary photos. Immoral. He has an extremely immoral personality, lacking any standards for judging right and wrong. Oral. In language learning, oral training is essential for improving pronunciation. Auroral. In the Arctic night sky, auroral lights flickered, creating a mystical sight. Choral. At the end of the music festival, a grand choral performance was given by a local choir. Coral. Around that beautiful island, colorful coral reefs stretch beneath the sea. Floral. She chose curtains with a floral pattern to brighten the room's atmosphere. Immoral. Deceiving others for one's own profit is a very immoral thing to do from a social perspective. Laurel. Ancient victors were presented with a laurel wreath as a symbol of glory. Moral. A leader is required to have high moral standards, not just obey the law. Oral. He passed the written exam and is preparing for the next step, the oral examination. Quarrel. They had a fierce quarrel over a trivial matter and didn't speak for several days. Quarrelsome. He is a very quarrelsome person who gets angry over small things, so people tend to avoid him. Decorum. At formal occasions such as banquets, one is required to maintain politeness and decorum. Forum. On the Internet forum, active exchanges of opinions are taking place regarding the usability of the new product. Quorum. Since the number of attendees did not reach the specified amount, the meeting was postponed as it failed to meet a quorum. Foreign. He likes to travel alone to foreign lands to experience new cultures. Unwarranted. Damaging his reputation with baseless rumors is a completely unwarranted attack. Warranty. The appliance comes with a 3-year warranty that covers repair costs from the date of purchase. Quarantine. Upon returning from abroad, I was required to undergo a period of quarantine to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. Orange. I ate a sweet orange. Abhorrence. He has a strong abhorrence of all forms of discrimination and is dedicated to human rights activism. Abhorrent. Acts that harm innocent people are abhorrent for any reason. Torrent. Due to the sudden heavy rain, the calm stream turned into a fierce torrent. Warrant. The police conducted a house search with a warrant issued by the court. Chorus. At the end of the concert, the entire audience sang the theme song in a beautiful chorus. Porous. The sponge is very porous and absorbs a surprising amount of water. Thesaurus. He often consults a thesaurus during his writing to find more appropriate expressions. Forest. We walked through the deep forest. Forerunner. This small experimental aircraft was the forerunner of the massive jet planes that would later sweep the world. Chloride. A very small amount of chloride is added to disinfect drinking water. Explorer. The explorers who set sail in search of unknown continents overcame numerous difficulties. Horror. Hearing the terribly tragic news, he was speechless with horror. Explorers. Explorers of the past set out into the raging oceans in search of unknown continents. Foray. The company made a foray into a new technology field beyond its existing business. Mores. Unique social mores different from modern society are rooted on that island. Forehead. He has a habit of putting his hand on his forehead when he is thinking. Historically. That old building is of great value historically for understanding the transition of regional architectural styles. Historical. The museum exhibits precious materials that tell the historical transition of this region. Rhetorical. He wasn't looking for an answer. He simply asked a rhetorical question for emphasis. Inferiority. He suffered from a strong sense of inferiority from a young age due to being compared to his brilliant older brother. Seniority. In that company, the seniority system still remains deeply rooted in the salary structure. Superiority. The superiority of this new product's performance overwhelms the competitors. Forage. During the winter, forest animals desperately foraged for food hidden beneath the snow. Caloric. He always checks the caloric values listed on food packaging for his diet. Historic. This meeting between the leaders of the two countries is a historic event that marks a major step toward peace. Meteoric. The young singer rose to stardom with meteoric speed just 1 year after their debut. Prehistoric. The museum exhibits fossils of prehistoric creatures that lived tens of thousands of years ago. Rhetorically. He wasn't expecting an answer. He was just asking rhetorically for emphasis. Boring. The movie's content was so boring that he fell asleep halfway through. Flooring. We chose natural wood flooring with a pleasant feel for the living room of our new home. Warring. Previously in that area, two warring factions waged a fierce struggle for power. Glory. He finally won an Olympic gold medal and seized the ultimate glory as an athlete. Gory. The movie included many gory scenes that made me want to look away. Hoary. The old man had a hoary beard that symbolized wisdom and experience. Inventory. The shop manager performed an inventory after closing to check the stock of products. Lorry. In the UK, large lorries for carrying heavy loads travel back and forth on the motorways. Quarry. Craftsmen quarried stone from a nearby quarry to build the massive stone structure. Story. My mother told me a story. Euphoria. The stadium was filled with euphoria the moment the team secured a come-from-behind victory. Choreograph. She choreographed a new performance for a world-renowned ballet company. Memorialize. They memorialized the victims' bravery by erecting a monument engraved with their names. Arboreal. Squirrels and sloths are arboreal animals that spend most of their lives in trees. Dictatorial. His dictatorial management style caused growing dissatisfaction among his subordinates. Editorial. This morning's newspaper editorial severely criticized the government's new economic policy. Extraterritorial. Extraterritorial rights are recognized within the embassy grounds, where local laws do not apply. Gubernatorial. In the next gubernatorial election, which is drawing national attention, the incumbent's re-election is in doubt. Immemorial. This village has traditional events that have been passed down from time immemorial. Memorial. A large memorial has been erected in the park square to commemorate those who died in the war. Pictorial. The magazine is gaining popularity for its pictorial format, centered on beautiful photographs. Sartorial. He is very particular about fashion and is always refining his sartorial sense. Territorial. The animal has a very strong territorial instinct and attacks intruders without mercy. Tutorial. Before starting to use the software, I took a tutorial to learn the basic operations. Auditorium. The auditorium of the new hall is designed to maximize acoustic effects. Emporium. In the center of the city, there is a massive emporium that deals in luxury goods from around the world. Moratorium. The government declared a moratorium on foreign debt payments to tide over the economic crisis. Historian. The famous historian deciphered ancient manuscripts to solve the mysteries of a lost civilization. Valedictorian. She achieved the highest grades in her class and gave a speech as the valedictorian at graduation. Glorious. The climbers were speechless at the glorious view of the sunrise from the mountain peak. Inglorious. The renowned general finally suffered an inglorious defeat and disappeared from history. Laborious. It is a very laborious task to input all the data manually. Meritorious. He was awarded a medal in recognition of his many years of meritorious social contribution. Notorious. The area is known as a notorious place for its high crime rate at night. Notoriously. Traffic congestion in that area is notoriously bad, so you need to allow extra time for travel. Laureate. He finally became a Nobel laureate in recognition of his years of contribution to physics. Disoriented. He became completely disoriented in the complex underground mall of an unfamiliar city and couldn't find the exit. Orient. The new employees were oriented to understand the company's philosophy and business operations. Warrior. The ancient story features a brave warrior who fights with his life to protect the kingdom. Excoriation. He was deeply hurt by the severe criticism, a literal verbal excoriation. Excoriate. The critic excoriated the movie's inconsistent screenplay. Oratorio. The moving melodies of an oratorio for chorus and solo voices echoed through the grand space of the church. Storied. The old hotel has a storied past, having hosted many famous figures. Chlorine. Chlorine for disinfection is added regularly to keep the pool water clean. Storeroom. Old furniture no longer in use is stored together in the basement storeroom. Paucity. Due to a paucity of information in that area, residents are unable to receive proper medical care. Faucet. The faucet in the bathroom was leaking, so he immediately requested a repair. Unprocessed. For his health, he tries to eat as much unprocessed natural food as possible. Saucer. She carefully placed a saucer with a matching design under the coffee cup. Glossary. I referred to the glossary at the end of the textbook to understand the technical terms. Glossy. The glossy cover of the magazine creates a sense of luxury. Saucy. He is a popular student in class and sometimes makes saucy jokes even to the teacher. Prospector. In the 19th century, many prospectors flocked to California in search of wealth. Inexhaustible. His curiosity for knowledge is like an inexhaustible spring. Exhausted. He is exhausted from work. Imposter. He was a despicable imposter who pretended to be a doctor to swindle cash from patients. Costing. Management approved the huge budget involved in the costing of the new factory's construction. Exhausting. The 10-hour flight and long-distance travel were very exhausting for him. Exhaustive. The police conducted an exhaustive investigation of the surrounding area to solve the case. Frosty. He gave a clearly dissatisfied, frosty response to the proposal. Ostracize. He was ostracized by his peers for leaking the organization's secrets. Ostracism. Because he defied the organization's rules, he faced harsh ostracism from his peers. Ostrich. Although it cannot fly, an ostrich has very powerful legs that can run at over 70 kilometers per hour. Lawsuit. The company filed a lawsuit against a rival firm over unfair patent infringement. Precaution. Sufficient safety precautions should be taken beforehand to prevent accidents. Cautious. The investor maintained a very cautious attitude toward market fluctuations. Nauseous. he felt nauseous in his stomach because of severe motion sickness. Cautiously. He moved cautiously through the dark cave, checking his footing. Autopsy. An autopsy was performed by a forensic pathologist to determine the exact cause of death. Autograph. After the match, the star player smiled and gave his autograph to a long line of fans. Nautical. He mastered nautical charts and compasses, using his nautical knowledge to steer the yacht. Autocrat. He behaves like an autocrat within the organization, never listening to the opinions of others. Automate. The factory fully automated the assembly line to increase production efficiency. Automobile. In the late 20th century, the spread of the automobile dramatically changed people's lifestyles. Autumn. The leaves turn color in autumn. Daughter. His daughter is gifted in piano and won an international competition. Slaughter. Due to the tragedy of war, a massacre occurred where many innocent citizens were slaughtered. Water. He drank down cold water at once to quench his thirst. Waterfront. Stylish cafes and shops line the city's waterfront. Watering. Under the strong summer sun, she makes it her daily routine to do the watering of the garden flowers. Watery. With watery eyes, he stared at the distant sky in his profound sadness. Watershed. That historical event became a major watershed in the country's foreign policy. Watertight. The submarine's hatches have a watertight structure to withstand water pressure. Waterway. The canal serves as an important waterway for ships carrying many goods. Aeronautics. He had dreamed of flying since childhood and majored in aeronautics at university. Autism. Although he has autism, he demonstrates extraordinary concentration in specific fields. Doughty. The doughty warriors of the small village never yielded to the massive enemy army. Haughty. Her haughty attitude offended those around her and earned their resentment. Naughty. The naughty child drew graffiti on the wall when his parents weren't looking. Auto. The latest electric vehicles drew a lot of attention at the auto show. Autoclave. In medical settings, an autoclave is essential for sterilizing instruments. Hawthorn. A hawthorn tree that blooms with small white flowers in the spring is planted in a corner of the garden. Author. The author is traveling across the country to promote their new novel. Authorize. The City Hall officially authorized the charity event to be held in the square. Unauthorized. Access to sensitive data by unauthorized personnel is strictly prohibited. Lawyer. He decided to consult an experienced lawyer to resolve the complex legal issues. Implausible. His excuse was so outrageous that it seemed implausible to everyone. Plausible. He explained the reason for his lateness, and the content was quite plausible to everyone. Implausibly. His excuse sounded so implausibly that no one believed it. Causal. Scientists established that there is a clear causal relationship between the two phenomena. Nausea. He was struck by severe nausea from seasickness and rested by lying down on the deck. Nauseate. The intense smell of the rotten food nauseated him. Daub. He roughly daubed paint to hide the scratches on the wall. Abroad. He decided to work abroad starting next year to gain experience in international business. Applaud. The audience stood up to applaud his magnificent speech. Broad. From the summit, a broad plain could be seen stretching as far as the eye could see. Defraud. It was discovered that the company had been defrauding investors and gaining illicit profits. Flawed. While the theory seems perfect at first glance, it actually contains several flawed points. Fraud. He fell victim to a sophisticated online fraud and lost a large amount of cash. Laud. Critics lauded the innovative direction in his new film. Broadcaster. A famous broadcaster reported the latest news live from the scene. Broadcast. The historic news was broadcast in real time through media around the world. Maudlin. When he gets drunk, he quickly gets into a maudlin mood, remembering past failures and starting to cry. Broadly. His proposal, broadly speaking, aligns with the team's direction. Doff. When he met an acquaintance on the street, he politely doffed his hat in greeting. Off. He made sure to turn all the light switches off before going out. Scoff. He scoffed mockingly when he heard such an outrageous idea. Trough. The farmer filled a large trough with water so the livestock could drink at any time. Offbeat. He always wears offbeat clothes and draws attention from those around him. Offhand. Perhaps because he thought it wasn't important, he gave an offhand answer to my question. Offspring. Living organisms pass on their genes to their next generation of offspring. Offshoot. This new research project is an offshoot of last year's main project. Lofty. He set lofty ideals and worked tirelessly to improve society. Aloft. The championship flag was held aloft against the blue sky of the stadium. Loft. He converted the loft of his apartment into a private study. Oft. This old proverb is oft quoted even in modern society. Software. He developed new software. Cog. He felt empty, realizing he was just one cog in a giant organization. Dog. It is his daily routine to walk in the nearby park every morning with his dog. Log. The captain recorded all the incidents during the voyage in detail in the log. Dogged. After dogged effort, he was finally able to pass the difficult exam. Balk. He balked for a moment at the challenge of such a high hurdle. Gawk. Being in the city for the first time, he stood gawking at the towering skyscrapers with his mouth open. Hawk. A hawk is flying in the sky. Stalk. He continued to stalk quietly behind the person like a wild animal hunting its prey. Talk. They spent hours in the cafe talking about their future dreams and recent events. Walk. He walks in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. Walkout. Employees staged a large-scale walkout to demand better working conditions. Chocolate. I love sweet chocolate. Walkway. A beautiful walkway is maintained along the coast where you can walk while enjoying the view. All. The meeting started on time once all the participants had gathered. Appall. He was appalled by the cruelty of the incident after learning the full details. Ball. Children are playing with a ball in the park. Ball. A lost child was bawling loudly on the street. Brawl. A fierce brawl broke out between excited fans near the stadium after the match. Call. He noticed his friend in the distance and called his name loudly. Crawl. The baby crawled energetically across the tatami mats toward her mother. Drawl. He began to speak with a distinctive slow drawl, as if he were from the south. Fall. The leaves of the trees in the park are changing color, signaling the arrival of fall. Forestall. Management decided to raise funds quickly to forestall an escalating crisis. Gall. He has the gall to shift the responsibility to others with a straight face even though he failed. Hall. Many spectators flocked to the massive concert hall even before the performance began. Haul. The fishermen joined forces to haul the net full of fish onto the boat. Install. He had a hard time installing the new software on his computer. Mall. On the weekend, I went shopping with my family at a huge shopping mall in the suburbs. Mall. An accident occurred in the wildlife sanctuary where a careless tourist was severely mauled by a bear. Scrawl. He was in a hurry, so he scrawled his phone number on a notepad and handed it over. Shawl. She draped a warm wool shawl over her shoulders to avoid the chilly evening breeze. Small. It is a very small box. Sprawl. He sprawled out on the living room sofa after returning home from a long day's work. Tall. He is the tallest in his class and plays as the star of the basketball club. Thrall. The young man was completely enthralled to her mysterious charm. Wall. He carefully pasted a poster of his favorite artist on the wall of his room. Alder. Alder trees, which prefer wetlands, grow in rows along the river, creating a unique landscape. Alderman. He proposed new infrastructure improvements as an alderman for the development of the city. Scalding. He knocked over the cup, and scalding coffee splashed onto his arm. Almanac. He enjoys reading the latest almanac to check the yearly weather patterns and events. Installment. He decided to purchase the expensive car in monthly installments. Almost. The construction is progressing well, and almost all of the planned schedule has been completed. Wallpaper. She put up a bright floral pattern wallpaper on part of the wall to change the room's atmosphere. Ballroom. People in glamorous dresses were dancing elegantly in the spacious ballroom. Falsify. He falsified the qualification information on his resume to make his background look better. Balsam. The scent of balsam, said to have healing properties for wounds, drifted through the forest. Also. He speaks English fluently but is also proficient in French and German. Solstice. On the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, traditional festivals are held in various regions. All-time. The singer's new song became an all-time hit, breaking records on the charts. Altar. At the front of the church stands a magnificent stone altar for performing sacred rituals. Alter. He decided to fundamentally alter his lifestyle to suit his new job. Falter. He never let his convictions falter, even in the face of difficult circumstances. Alternate. He enjoys reading and jogging on alternate weekends. Alternately. Between tasks, he alternately drank coffee and stretched. Exalted. He attained the most exalted position in the academic world due to his significant achievements in the field. Halting. He was so nervous that his speech became halting, with occasional stumbles. Faulty. The recalled product had faulty wiring that could potentially cause a fire. Salty. After sweating, he ate salty snacks to replenish the salt in his body. Paltry. Even though he worked so hard, he was only paid a paltry sum of money. Solvency. Before deciding on the loan, the bank strictly audited the company's solvency. Stalwart. He is a stalwart member who has supported the party for many years. Hallway. He passed through the dark hallway and headed toward the lit living room. Always. No matter how busy she is, she always remembers to thank the people around her. Palsy. He suffers from a palsy that paralyzes the muscles on the right side of his face due to brain damage. Appalled. She was appalled by the cruelty of the tragic incident reported in the news. Bald. His hair started thinning a few years ago, and now he is completely bald. Called. Since he was a child, he was called a little hero by those around him for his brave behavior. Scald. He spilled boiling water and suffered a severe scald on his arm. Assault. The police are searching for a suspect in a violent assault that occurred on a night road. Basalt. Along that coast, pillars of black basalt formed by volcanic activity are lined up. Default. The country failed to pay its foreign debt and finally went into default. Exalt. The poet wrote many works to exalt the beauty of nature. Fault. The main cause of the accident lay in a design fault of the machine. Halt. Due to the blizzard, train operations had to be temporarily brought to a halt. Malt. He enjoys high-quality malt made from selected ingredients on weekends. Salt. A small amount of salt was added at the end to enhance the flavor of the dish. Vault. In the basement of the bank, there is a sturdy vault for storing cash and precious metals. Waltz. At the end of the reception, the bride and groom performed a waltz to a graceful melody. Brawn. He possesses not only brains but also powerful brawn developed through rigorous training. Dawn. He got up at dawn and enjoyed a walk in the quiet morning air. Fawn. Deep in the forest, I spotted a little fawn trying its best to follow its parent. Lawn. One of his pleasures on the weekend is neatly mowing the lawn in his garden. Pawn. He needed money urgently and took his old camera to a pawn shop. Prawn. The high-end restaurant served a lavish dish made with fresh prawns. Yawn. He desperately tried to stifle a yawn while listening to the boring lecture. Fondle. She gently fondled the soft fur of the cat curled up on her lap. Jaundice. He developed jaundice due to liver disease, and his skin turned yellow. Launder. He laundered money through complex methods to hide funds obtained by illicit means. Jaundiced. Due to his past bitter experiences, he takes a jaundiced view even of other people's kindness. Laundry. On the weekend, I ran the washing machine from early morning to deal with the piled-up laundry. Congruence. There is complete congruence between his words and actions, gaining him the trust of those around him. Online. He checks the news online every day to stay informed about the latest information. Onlooker. Many onlookers gathered at the accident scene, but no one tried to help. Onslaught. The team desperately endured the opponent's fierce onslaught at the beginning of the match. Jauntily. Dressed in his new suit, he walked jauntily around town. Haunted. There are constant haunted rumors that ghosts appear nightly in that old Western-style mansion. Wanton. The selfish behavior was criticized as a wanton disregard for the safety of others. Saunter. He spent his Sunday afternoon sauntering through the tree-lined paths of the park. Undaunted. He faced repeated failures with an undaunted spirit and finally achieved success. Unwanted. My mailbox was overflowing with unwanted junk mail, and I almost missed an important message. Vaunted. Despite their vaunted new system, problems actually occurred immediately after it went into operation. Daunting. It's a daunting task to challenge an inexperienced field, but he made his decision. Flaunting. He drove slowly around town as if flaunting his new luxury car. Jaunty. Wearing his new hat, he set off for his date with a jaunty step. Onward. They did not give in to difficult situations and continued to push onward. Launch. The spacecraft was launched high into the sky with a roar after a perfect countdown. Staunch. He has been active for many years as a staunch supporter of the party. Daunt. No matter how difficult the challenge, it cannot daunt him. Flaunt. He wears expensive jewelry to flaunt his wealth. Gaunt. After a long period of convalescence, he looked quite gaunt with sunken cheeks. Haunt. There is a rumor that ghosts haunt that old Western-style house night after night. Jaunt. Since the weather was nice, they went on a short jaunt to a nearby park. Taunt. He ignored the relentless taunts from his rival and focused on the game. Gauntlet. The knight threw down his gauntlet as a sign of challenge before the battle. Along. They walked slowly along the quiet shoreline while listening to the sound of the waves. Belong. He is proud to belong to this team and works hard every day. Long. Years have passed since he left his hometown, and he longs to be reunited with his family. Prolong. By taking this medicine, it is possible to slow the progression of the disease and prolong life. Prong. One of the prongs of the fork was bent, so he replaced it with a new one. Song. She sang a beautiful song. Strong. He achieved a strong physique that surpassed anyone's through daily rigorous training. Thong. He wore rubber thongs that were light and easy to wear for walking on the beach. Throng. When the famous star arrived at the airport, a throng of fans rushed to get a glimpse. Wrong. He admitted that his judgment was wrong and apologized. Wrongdoing. He denied involvement in the scandal, but evidence revealed his past wrongdoing. Wrongful. He was arrested for a crime he didn't commit and sued the state for wrongful detention. Humongous. The new shopping mall is equipped with a humongous parking lot. Longer. He tries to sleep longer than before to lead a healthier life. Elongate. The special material can be easily elongated by applying heat. Stronghold. The old castle was once the final stronghold of the clan that ruled this region. Strongly. The committee strongly opposes the construction plan, which would lead to environmental destruction. Incongruous. The site of an old temple inside a modern building was somewhat incongruous. Alongside. The small boat was anchored alongside a massive cargo ship. Long time. They are longtime friends from university and still keep in frequent contact. Prolonged. Due to the prolonged recession, many companies are facing difficult management situations. Fop. He was known as a fop who spent hours grooming himself in front of the mirror. Abhor. He sincerely abhors injustice and violence, always valuing justice. Adore. She absolutely adores her young niece and always gives her presents. Antiwar. Many citizens gathered in the square and held a large anti-war demonstration calling for peace. Anymore. He is not here anymore. Ashore. After the storm passed, a lot of driftwood was washed ashore on the beach. Before. He looked through all the materials before the meeting started. Bore. The lecture was such a bore that the students lost their concentration. Chore. He finishes all his household chores like cleaning and laundry every weekend. Core. That is the core of the problem. Corps. He was sent overseas as a member of the peacekeeping corps at a young age. Decor. The interior decor of the restaurant is very modern and calm. Deplore. The government spokesperson said they strongly deplore that inhumane act. Door. Someone is knocking on the door. Drawer. He found an old photo he thought he had lost in his desk drawer. Explore. Young scientists started a project to explore the unknown regions of the deep sea. Floor. I cleaned the floor and made it tidy. 4. He is working hard for the future of his family. 4. When the ball flew toward people on the golf course, he shouted 4. to warn them. Galore. At the harvest festival, there were fresh vegetables and fruits galore. Gore. The old legend includes descriptions of bloodshed and gore on the battlefield. Heretofore. The new fact completely overturned the theory that had been heretofore believed. Ignore. As a result of ignoring the warning, he got involved in big trouble. Implore. He implored her with a desperate look to forgive his mistake. Lore. The village retains a rich lore concerning medicinal herbs passed down from ancient times. More. He is not satisfied with the current situation and is striving to absorb more knowledge. Nor. He doesn't drink alcohol, nor does he smoke, leading a very healthy life. Or. For lunch you can choose either pasta or a sandwich. Or. Precious or containing metals like iron is being mined deep in the mountains. Pore. After exercising, the pores of the skin open and a lot of sweat comes out. Pour. She poured the carefully brewed tea into the cups for the guests. Rapport. A good counselor builds a good rapport with their clients. Restore. Experts worked hard to restore the historical building to its original beautiful state. Roar. The lion's terrifying roar echoed through the quiet night jungle. Gore. He achieved the highest score on the exam and won a scholarship. Shore. The waves are hitting the shore. Snore. His snore was so loud that his roommate couldn't sleep. Soar. The demand for the new product increased, and the company's stock price soared. Sore. The day after walking a long distance, he found that his leg muscles were sore. Store. He stores food and water in his garage in case of an emergency. Underscore. The professor repeated it many times to underscore the importance of this issue. War. The history textbook records the horrific war that once took place in this region. Whore. In the literary work, she depicted the sorrow of a woman living as a whore due to poverty. Your. My grandfather often talks fondly about the bustling state of the town in days of yore. Your. Is this your umbrella? Or does it belong to someone else? Orbital. The satellite orbits the Earth while maintaining a constant orbital speed. Morbid. He has a somewhat morbid fascination with death and disease. Orbit. The satellite continues to circle in a stable orbit around the Earth. Forebear. We must not forget the hardships of our forebears who opened up the wilderness. Exorbitant. The restaurant charges exorbitant prices compared to the quality of the food. Absorbing. The mystery novel was so absorbing that he finished it in one sitting overnight. Fortunate. He feels fortunate to have friends around him who help even in difficult situations. Fortunately. The car was badly wrecked, but fortunately, the driver escaped uninjured. Unfortunately. He did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. Fortune. He built a huge fortune in business. Misfortune. He was struck by a series of ill luck, but he never despaired and overcame his misfortune. Tortuous. The mountain path was tortuous, taking a considerable amount of time to reach the destination. Torture. In that dictatorial state, inhumane torture was inflicted on opponents. Torture. In that dictatorial state, inhumane torture was inflicted on opponents. Orchard. In autumn, the ripe red apples in that orchard reach harvest time. Courtship. After a long courtship, the two finally decided to get married. Mortuary. The body was kept in the hospital mortuary until the funeral began. Torturous. He underwent hours of torturous interrogation to make him tell the truth. Affordable. The shop is popular with young people because it offers high-quality clothing at affordable prices. Ordinance. The City Council adopted a new ordinance restricting smoking in public places. Ordinary. He is not particularly gifted. He is just an ordinary young man found anywhere. Insubordinate. The soldier took an insubordinate attitude by ignoring his superior's orders. Subordinate. He subordinated his personal feelings to the goals of the organization. Inordinate. He spent an inordinate amount of time trying to solve that minor problem. Sordid. The sordid details of the scandal spread through the public in no time. Boredom. He felt intense boredom with his repetitive daily routine. Cordon. Police set up a cordon around the accident scene to restrict access to the public. Warden. The prison warden constantly monitors the health of the inmates. Coordinate. Multiple departments work together to coordinate tasks to make the large-scale event a success. Extraordinary. She displayed an extraordinary talent, entering university at the age of only 10. Coordinator. As the event coordinator, she perfectly handled communication between parties and schedule management. Accordance. All operations are conducted in accordance with company regulations. Discordant. During the choir practice, there was one person making a discordant sound. Mordant. His mordant criticism of politics gained the sympathy of many readers. Border. Being near the university, The old house takes in several students as boarders. Border. Near the border between the two countries, guards are patrolling 24 hours a day. Disorder. The garden after the storm was in a state of complete disorder, with broken branches and scattered leaves. Order. The library staff returned the returned books to the shelves in the correct order. Borderline. The patient's test values were right on the borderline between normal and abnormal ranges. Disorderly. The police were called because a drunk man was behaving in a disorderly manner on the street. Orderly. During the fire drill, everyone moved quickly in an orderly line. According. The plan is moving according to schedule, and there are no delays so far. Boarding. He headed to the gate early to coincide with the boarding time. Accordingly. As the situation is changing constantly, we need to revise our plans accordingly. Primordial. Scientists are studying how the Earth's primordial environment nurtured life. Accordion. He held his accordion and played a cheerful melody on the street corner. Gordian. He solved the complex, intertwined problem at once using a Gordian approach. Northern. We live in the northern region. Swarthy. The sailor had a swarthy complexion from years of exposure to the sea breeze. Forefather. We must not forget the hardships of our forefathers, who cleared the wilderness and built today's prosperity. Forfeiture. Due to the breach of contract, he faced the severe penalty of forfeiture of his entire deposit. Orphanage. She invested her own money to establish a new orphanage for children who had lost their parents. Metamorphosis. The dramatic metamorphosis of a caterpillar into a butterfly is one of the wonders of nature. Orphan. He lost both parents in the war and was raised as an orphan in a relative's house. Amorphous. His plan is still in an amorphous stage and lacks specificity. Warfare. Modern warfare has changed into a complex form that includes cyber attacks. Anthropomorphic. Many anthropomorphic gods with human emotions and forms appear in that mythology. Forfeit. He forfeited his right to compete in the match due to a rule violation. Forefinger. He pointed to the destination on the map with his forefinger and explained the route in detail. Forefront. The company is always at the forefront of the world in the development of AI technology. Organizer. As the event organizer, she managed the entire schedule perfectly. Organize. She organized the cluttered documents clearly by date. Reorganize. The company decided to reorganize the existing departments to improve management efficiency. Organized. She is a very organized person, and her desk is always tidy. Microorganism. By using a microscope, you can observe tiny microorganisms that are invisible to the naked eye. Organism. Scientists are investigating the ecology of unknown organisms living in the deep sea. Mortgage. He took out a 30-year mortgage at the bank to purchase his own home. Organ. Advancements in transplant surgery have paved the way to save failing organs. Foreground. Vivid flowers are captured in the foreground of the photo, complementing the mountains in the background. Beforehand. To make a presentation successful, it's important to prepare the materials carefully beforehand. Storehouse. The old brick storehouse keeps valuable records spanning several generations. Cordially. The host of the party cordially welcomed all the guests who visited. Cordial. The meeting was conducted throughout in a very cordial atmosphere. Forgery. The famous painting turned out to be a cleverly made forgery, according to the latest appraisal techniques. Forging. The leaders of the two countries reached a historic agreement for forging a new economic alliance. Orgy. The fans of the winning team celebrated in the streets in an orgy of excitement. Forecast. According to the weather forecast from the Meteorological Agency, it will rain heavily tomorrow afternoon. Orchid. In the greenhouse, very rare and expensive types of orchids were being carefully cultivated. Orchestra. With a signal from the conductor, the orchestra began playing a grand symphony all at once. Orchestrate. She skillfully orchestrated the large-scale event involving hundreds of volunteers. Storekeeper. The local storekeeper is very kind and always treats children with a smile. Warlike. That ancient state was known as a warlike tribe, and was in constant conflict with neighboring countries. Shoreline. It is very pleasant to walk along the beautiful shoreline where the waves gently lap at dusk. Sorely. He lost his longtime pet dog and misses its presence sorely. Warmonger. He is known as a dangerous warmonger who criticizes peaceful diplomacy and always advocates for the use of force. Doorman. At the hotel entrance, the doorman welcomed guests with a smile and opened the door. Format. Please change the format of the document. Formidable. He is a world authority in the field and is a formidable opponent for his rivals. Formidably. The new chess program was a formidably strong opponent, even for professional players. Formally. After months of preparation, the two countries finally formally concluded a new trade treaty. Normally. He normally wakes up at 7 a.m., but today he woke up exceptionally early. Dormitory. He lives with friends in a dormitory located on the university campus. Formative. Childhood is the most important formative period in character development. Informative. The lecture was a very informative opportunity to learn about the latest science and technology. Normative. Laws and ethics provide a normative framework for maintaining social order. Conformity. The pressure for conformity in society can sometimes hinder individual creativity. Deformity. He had a slight deformity in his leg from birth, but he overcame it through effort. Enormity. We realized once again the enormity of the damage caused by this massive earthquake. Uniformity. The houses in the residential area are built with a unified design to give uniformity to their appearance. Abnormal. The doctor looked at the test results and noticed the values were showing abnormal levels. Formal. Attendance at the banquet required formal attire, such as tuxedos and dresses. Informal. The weekend party is an informal gathering, so a relaxed outfit is fine. Normal. It is a normal thing. Normalcy. Years after the earthquake, the city is finally beginning to regain its former normalcy. Foreman. The site foreman gave precise instructions to the workers and kept the construction moving smoothly. Norman. In 1066, the Normans conquered England and greatly influenced the local culture. Conformance. The product has been verified for its conformance to international safety standards. Performance. His piano performance was wonderful. Dormant. The volcano had been dormant for centuries, but recently showed signs of activity. Informant. The police identified the suspect based on a strong lead from an inside informant. Enormous. Completing that project requires an enormous amount of energy and time. Enormously. He contributed enormously to the project. Aforementioned. For the aforementioned reasons, we have decided to temporarily suspend the current plan. Torment. He has been tormented by guilt over his past failures for a long time. Dormer. The house has a small dormer on its roof, bringing light into the attic. Former. As a former president, he still gives lectures all over the world. Performer. The performer on stage captivated the audience with an overwhelming performance. Reformer. He is known as an enthusiastic reformer aiming for a radical improvement of the education system. Cormorant. On that river, traditional fishing is practiced using trained cormorants. Formerly. The building is now a museum, but it was formerly used as a royal palace. Performing. On stage, he expressed the brilliance of the performing arts with his whole body. Conformist. He has a conformist personality, always aligning himself with the opinions of those around him. Nonconformist. She sticks to a nonconformist lifestyle, unconstrained by social norms. Hormone. When the balance of certain hormones in the body is disrupted, it significantly affects physical condition and emotions. Foremost. He is known worldwide as the foremost authority in that field. Formula. In the math exam, he remembered the formula for calculating the area of a complex shape. Formulate. The team formulated a specific strategy to enter the new market. Ornament. During the Christmas season, colorful ornaments are hung on trees throughout the town. Corner. He sat in an old chair placed in the corner of the room and began to read. Ornery. The old man living nearby was very ornery and hated children entering his garden. Cornerstone. Liberty and equality are enshrined in the Constitution as the cornerstones of this country's democracy. Morning. I go for a run every morning. Mourning. The entire nation was in mourning for the national hero who died in a sudden accident. Thorny. This problem, for which no solution has been found, remains a very thorny issue. Torpid. During the harsh winter, some animals spend their time in a torpid state to conserve energy. Corpus. The linguist examined a vast corpus to analyze language use in a specific era. Torpor. Due to deep grief, he remained in a state of torpor for days, unable to get out of bed. Corporal. In modern educational settings, corporal punishment against students is strictly forbidden. Corporate. He is in charge of drafting contracts in the legal department of a major corporate entity. Incorporated. The company that started in a small garage is now incorporated as a major global corporation. Incorporate. The new design incorporates a wealth of the latest technology. Forcible. The police made a forcible entry into the room where the suspect was barricaded by breaking down the door. Forcibly. Security guards forcibly removed the man who tried to start a riot from the venue. Porcelain. She treasures her finest porcelain cup, known for its beautiful translucent whiteness. Dorsal. People on the beach panicked when they saw a shark's dorsal fin sticking out of the water. Morsel. He was so hungry that he didn't even spare a morsel of bread left on the table. Foursome. Over the weekend, he enjoyed golf in a foursome with his friends. Foresight. Business leaders are required to have excellent foresight to predict future market changes. Corsair. The old story features a fearsome corsair who raided the Caribbean Sea. Aforesaid. In the contract, if the aforesaid conditions are not met, the agreement will be void. Sorcerer. In the legendary tale, a sorcerer with powerful magic rose up to save the kingdom. Sorcery. In the legendary tale, an evil wizard used sorcery to plunge the kingdom into darkness. Forcing. He stopped forcing his opinions on others and began to value dialogue instead. Torso. The sculptor poured his heart into expressing the muscular beauty of the human torso. Proportional. The rewards will be paid proportional to the time each member contributed to the project. Abortion. Intense debate continues in that country over the legalization of abortion. Contortion. The acrobat amazed the audience by demonstrating incredible bodily contortions. Distortion. The lens has a flaw that causes slight distortion at the edges of the image. Extortion. He fell victim to extortion, being forced to pay a large sum of cash by gang members. Portion. She keeps her meal portions small for the sake of her health. Proportion. Whether you succeed or not is in direct proportion to the amount of effort you put in. Proportionate. The severity of the punishment should be proportionate to the gravity of the crime committed. Disproportionately. This new tax system places a disproportionately heavy burden on low-income earners. Disproportionate. The old house had a disproportionately huge gate compared to the size of the building. Warship. A massive warship is quietly on guard duty at the entrance of the harbor. Consortium. Several major companies formed a consortium to embark on next-generation energy development. Portable. This latest computer is very lightweight and portable, making it ideal for travel. Immortalize. The poet immortalized the beauty of his beloved in his verses. Distorted. The news article is leading to reader misunderstandings by presenting distorted facts. Reportedly. According to the latest news, the famous actor is reportedly planning to retire soon. Shortage. Due to the record-breaking heat wave this summer, a serious water shortage occurred in various regions. Chortle. He couldn't help but chortle with satisfaction after reading the ending of the comic. Immortal. The poems he wrote are deeply etched in people's hearts and continue to shine with immortal brilliance across time. Mortal. Every human being is mortal, and we should value our limited time. Portal. Passing through the massive portal of the ancient temple, a solemn atmosphere hung in the air. Shorten. Since he ran out of time for the presentation, he had to shorten his explanation. Importance. Health is of great importance. Important. He considers spending time with his family the most important thing in his life. Importantly. More importantly, we need to prepare. Cortex. The cerebral cortex controls advanced functions such as thought and language. Vortex. A powerful vortex of air was generated from the tips of the airplane's wings. Portent. The dark, cloudy sky was like a portent of the violent storm to come. Mortar. The bricklayer carefully applied mortar between the bricks to make the wall sturdy. Porter. Upon arriving at the station, a porter approached to help carry the heavy luggage. Quarter. He quartered the apple and shared it with the children. Reporter. The reporter broadcasted live from the scene. Supporter. That politician has many supporters who enthusiastically back his policies. Quarterback. As the team's quarterback, he gave precise instructions and led them to victory. Quarterly. The company provides quarterly financial reports to increase management transparency. Quarters. The officers lived together in dedicated quarters within the base. Forte. Mathematics is his forte, and he achieves the best grades in the class. Fortify. To strengthen the castle's defenses, the king dug a deep moat around it and further fortified the walls. Mortify. He felt deeply mortified when his mistake was pointed out in front of a large audience. Horticulture. He majored in horticulture at university and studies efficient methods of plant cultivation. Fortitude. She never gave in to adversity and overcame difficulties with remarkable fortitude. Assorted. In the box were assorted chocolates of various colors and shapes. Purported. The article is based on purported eyewitness information, but its truth remains uncertain. Supporting. Though not the lead, he perfectly played an important supporting role that held the key to the story. Abortive. Due to lack of preparation, the expedition plan ended up being an abortive attempt. Supportive. She always maintains a supportive attitude toward the people around her. Sortie. The Air Force carried out repeated secret sorties at night to cut off the enemy's supply lines. Courtier. Many courtiers gathered around the king, trying to win favor with flattery. Quarto. He found a rare quarto edition of Shakespeare's collected works at an antiquarian bookstore. Fortress. The site of the old fortress is now open to the public as a tourist attraction. Portrait. The museum displays portraits of great people who left their names in the country's history. Orthodoxy. In the world of science, it is important to always question orthodoxy and seek new discoveries. Orthodox. He prefers traditional and orthodox methods rather than trying new techniques. Unorthodox. Her unorthodox educational policy was initially criticized but later highly praised. Forethought. Starting a business without sufficient forethought is very risky. Forward. He courageously stepped forward and voiced his opinion. Forwards. He continued to move forwards with determined steps, without looking back at the past. Forward. The author details the circumstances leading to the writing in the foreword of this book. Absorb. This special sponge can absorb spilled liquids incredibly quickly. Scorch. The intense summer sun scorched the garden lawn brown. Torch. When the power went out, he found an old torch to light up the darkness. Aboard. After confirming that all passengers were aboard, the ship slowly set sail. Accord. After months of negotiation, the two countries finally signed a peace accord. Afford. After saving up, he was finally able to afford the new car he had long desired. Award. In recognition of her years of contribution to science, she was presented with a prestigious international award. Board. I will write the agenda of the meeting on the board and share it. Bored. He was bored because the lesson was too easy, and he spent all his time looking out the window. Chord. His moving speech struck a chord with everyone in the audience. Cord. He used a strong nylon cord to secure the luggage. Ford. They found a ford in the river and crossed to the opposite bank with their horses. Gourd. At the Autumn Harvest Festival, colorful gourds are displayed as decorations. Hoard. He hoards a large amount of emergency food in case of a food shortage. Horde. During the tourist season, a horde of tourists flocks to the famous temple. Lord. The medieval story features a wealthy lord who rules over vast lands. Record. He set a new record in track and field. Reward. After overcoming rigorous training, he gained the ultimate reward of winning the championship. Sword. The knight took his sword for the battle. Toward. He continues to move steadily toward his goal, step by step, to realize his dream. Untoward. Thanks to thorough preparation, no untoward incidents occurred during the event. Ward. Nurses are dedicated to caring for children in the hospital's pediatric ward. Cordless. He bought the latest cordless vacuum cleaner to make cleaning easier. Ordnance. Ordnance such as bombs and missiles are strictly managed at the military facility. Wardrobe. She organized her wardrobe at the change of seasons to keep things tidy. Boardroom. Important company decisions were made in the luxurious boardroom on the top floor. Towards. At sunset, a flock of migratory birds flew towards the southern sky. Dwarf. Compared to the scale of the vast universe, human worries are utterly dwarfed. Morph. Advancements in digital technology have made it possible to smoothly morph one image into another. Wharf. A massive cargo ship was moored alongside the wharf, and unloading began. Morgue. The police temporarily placed the unidentified body in the hospital morgue. Disgorge. The massive ship disgorged thousands of passengers upon arriving at the port. Forge. The blacksmith struck the red-hot iron to forge a sharp sword. Gorge. They carefully moved along the river flowing at the bottom of the deep gorge. Fork. He used a silver fork skillfully to eat his pasta. Torque. This car accelerates smoothly even with heavy loads because of the high engine torque. Conform. To work smoothly within an organization, one is expected to conform to the local rules to some extent. Deform. When exposed to high temperatures, the metal is easily deformed by the heat. Form. When applying, please fill in the necessary information on the prescribed form. Inform. If you are going to be absent, please inform the person in charge in advance by email or phone. Norm. In this region, sharing housework as a dual-income couple has become a general social norm. Perform. As a world-renowned pianist, she has performed brilliantly on many stages. Reform. The government carried out a fundamental reform of the tax system to revitalize the economy. Storm. A storm is approaching. Swarm. At summer dusk, a swarm of insects gathered around the park streetlights. Transform. The spread of digital technology has dramatically transformed the way we communicate. Warm. Drinking warm soup in front of a fireplace on a cold winter day is a blissful moment. Warmth. The fire in the fireplace spread a pleasant warmth throughout the room, warming his frozen body. Adorn. She adorned the walls with colorful paintings to make the room more festive. Born. She was born into a musical family and showed her talent from a young age. Forlorn. A dog that had lost its owner sat in front of the house's entrance looking forlorn. Mourn. Many people gathered to mourn the death of the great leader, who died in a sudden accident. Scorn. He fiercely scorned his rivals' underhanded methods and vowed to fight fair and square. Thorn. The beautiful rose has sharp thorns, and you will get hurt if you accidentally touch them. Warn. The teacher repeatedly warned the students that the rising river was dangerous. Mournful. Mournful music flowed quietly through the funeral venue in memory of the deceased. Scornful. He wore a scornful expression, scoffing at his rival's failure. Adornment. She added jewelry as an adornment to her simple dress to make it look glamorous. Warp. The humidity caused a warp in the old wooden door. Absorption. This special fabric has a high absorption capacity for moisture. Corpse. Archaeologists discovered a well-preserved corpse inside the ancient tomb. Bourse. Investors are closely watching the stock price fluctuations at the Paris Bourse. Coarse. The towel has a coarse texture, but its water absorbency is excellent. Course. He chose the best course of study for himself to achieve his future goals. Divorce. His parents' divorce had a significant impact on him when he was still a child. Endorse. Sales surged after a famous athlete endorsed the new product. Enforce. The police are trying to reduce accidents by strictly enforcing traffic rules. Force. He never tried to force his ideas onto others. Hoarse. His voice was hoarse the next morning because he sang too loudly at the concert. Horse. His hobby is going to a ranch on holidays and riding a horse across the grasslands. Perforce. Because the budget was cut, we perforce had to change our plans. Reinforce. The old pillars were reinforced with steel frames to increase the earthquake resistance of the entire building. Remorse. He deeply regrets his mistake and is plagued by constant remorse. Source. The reporter refused to reveal the source of the information, protecting the subject. Forceful. A leader is required to have a forceful personality to make decisions under difficult circumstances. Resourceful. He is a very resourceful man who can solve any trouble using whatever is at hand. Endorsement. The theory gained credibility after a famous scientist gave it his endorsement. Enforcement. Strict enforcement of the law plays a major role in lowering the crime rate. Reinforcement. Urgent reinforcement was carried out using sandbags to prevent the levee from breaking. Horseshoe. It has long been said that hanging a horseshoe at the entrance of a house brings good luck. Abort. Because a serious error occurred in the system, the mission was aborted halfway through. Cavort. The children were happily cavorting around the park, feeling the freedom of summer vacation. Comport. He always comports himself as a gentleman in public. Consort. There is a rumor that he consorts with suspicious characters. Contort. He contorted his face in pain, unable to endure the intense suffering. Court. He testified boldly in court to prove his innocence. Deport. The person who entered the country illegally was deported back to their home country, according to the law. Distort. Bias reporting risks distorting the facts and misleading the public. Escort. Police vehicles escorted the distinguished guest from the airport to the hotel. Exhort. The coach strongly exhorted the players to fight to the end without giving up. Extort. He extorted a large amount of cash from the victim using violent threats. Import. This country relies heavily on imports from overseas for much of its food. Port. Huge cargo ships from all over the world gather at that natural port. Report. He made a detailed report at the meeting. Resort. He firmly refused to resort to violence as a last measure. Short. The meeting time was so short that we couldn't have a sufficient discussion. Snort. He couldn't help but snort at the joke because it was so ridiculous. Sort. He sorted the pile of documents by type, picking out only the important ones. Sport. I like playing sport. Support. Thanks to the support of many volunteers, the event was a success. Thwart. The quick response of the police succeeded in thwarting the suspect's escape plan. Tort. In the law class, I learned about torts which involve damages for wrongful acts. Transport. With the development of logistics networks, fresh vegetables can now be transported to the market quickly. Wart. He visited a dermatologist to treat a small wart on his hand. Shortfall. Due to bad weather, this year's harvest had a significant shortfall compared to the original target. Shorthand. The reporter took quick notes using shorthand to ensure not a single important remark was missed. Courthouse. On the day of the trial, many reporters gathered in front of the courthouse for the latest information. Shortcoming. He is very capable, but the shortcoming of lacking attention to detail is occasionally seen. Courtly. He pulled out the chair for the elderly lady with a courtly manner. Portly. The shopkeeper was a portly man with a thick beard. Shortly. The meeting will begin shortly, so please return to your seats. Assortment. He gave his friend a colorful assortment of chocolates for their birthday. Deportment. Her graceful deportment gave those around her a refined impression. Fortnight. They spent a fortnight on vacation in the UK, visiting many historical sites. Courtroom. When the trial began, the courtroom fell silent, and a tense atmosphere prevailed. Courtyard. There was a beautiful courtyard in the center of the hotel, where guests enjoyed reading quietly. Quartz. A small piece of quartz is built into the watch to keep accurate time. Fourth. With determination in her heart, she stepped forth boldly into a new world. North. They took advantage of the long holiday to travel to the North region, where abundant nature remains. Forthcoming. He gave us a few hints about the forthcoming product announcement. Forthright. He has a very forthright personality and states his opinions clearly. Northward. The flock of migratory birds flew northward toward their breeding grounds as spring arrived. Forthwith. In the event of a breach of contract, the agreement shall be terminated forthwith. Across. She noticed her friend on the opposite side and called out loudly across the river. Cross. He crosses the street using the pedestrian crossing every day for safety. Dross. Remove the dross from the surface of the molten metal to increase its purity. Emboss. He had his name embossed on his business cards to give them a high-end feel. Gloss. She applied gloss to her lips to make her complexion look brighter. Loss. The company suffered a huge financial loss due to the failure of the new product. Exhaustion. He worked all through the night and fell asleep in his chair due to extreme exhaustion. Crossover. The artist is known for a unique crossover style that fuses classical and jazz music. Hospitalize. He complained of severe abdominal pain and was urgently hospitalized for a thorough checkup. Accost. He was accosted by a stranger who wanted to ask for directions while walking down the street. Crossed. He kept his fingers crossed in front of his chest to pray for good luck. Exhaust. Black exhaust is billowing out from the tailpipe of the old truck. Lost. He got lost while traveling and became completely disoriented about where he was. Quash. The Supreme Court quashed the lower court's ruling due to insufficient evidence. Distraught. Upon hearing the sudden sad news, she collapsed in tears, looking deeply distraught. Fraught. The expedition was fraught with danger, and not a moment of carelessness was allowed. Naught. All his years of effort came to naught due to an unexpected accident. Ought. We ought to respect each other to create a better society. Overwrought. She was in an overwrought mental state due to extreme tension and fatigue. Snot. The child with a cold is crying with snot running down from his nose. Taut. The tug-of-war rope became taut due to the strength of both teams. Thought. He remained silent for a while, lost in deep thought about his future. Thoughtfully. She took her friend's advice thoughtfully and seriously considered her own future. Thoughtless. His thoughtless remark deeply hurt his friend's feelings. Broth. When he has a cold, he likes to drink warm broth concentrated with the flavor of vegetables. Cloth. She spread out a beautifully embroidered cloth to decorate the dining table. Froth. There is a fine creamy froth on the surface of the freshly brewed cappuccino. Moth. At night, a large moth flew in, attracted by the light in the window. Mauve. She chose a beautiful mauve dress, similar to the color of the sky at dusk. Applause. When the wonderful performance ended, the entire venue was filled with thunderous applause. Because he went out with an umbrella because it was raining. Clause. After reviewing the contract in detail, he found a clause that was disadvantageous to him. Pause. He paused for a moment before speaking. Spasmodic. His efforts were spasmodic and rarely led to continuous results. Quaff. Thirsty as he was, he quaffed the cold beer in one gulp. Walk-in. The clinic is a walk-in facility where you can be seen without an appointment. Awl. The craftsman skillfully used a sharp awl to make holes in the thick leather. Enthrall. The magician's brilliant moves enthrall all the spectators in the venue. Qualm. He seemed to have no qualms about lying for his own benefit. Faun. Faun appears in Roman mythology and is depicted as a spirit that roams the mountains and fields. Paunch. Had developed a large paunch that was so large it hung over his belt. Diphthong. In English pronunciation sounds like the or in oil are called diphthongs. Vaunt. He loudly vaunted how innovative his new project was. Off-color. He seemed a little off-color today, perhaps because he wasn't feeling well. Busy work. During the study period, the teacher gave the students some appropriate busy work to keep them quiet. Dork. He is always immersed in his eccentric hobbies, and his friends affectionately call him a dork. Cornice. Near the roof of the building is a decorative cornice. Disport. On the weekend, children were running around the large park, frolicking and having fun in their own way. Forecourt. Luxury cars were arriving one after another in the forecourt of the luxurious hotel. Sportive. In the park, sportive puppies were frolicking with each other. Foreshore. As the tide went out, tiny crabs and shells were left behind on the vast foreshore. Postprandial. After a sumptuous dinner, he was overcome by a pleasant postprandial sleepiness. Shortchange. When paying, he intentionally gave the customer less coins in an attempt to shortchange them. Long-lasting. This new paint is extremely durable and maintains a long-lasting shine. Coruscate. The diamond necklace she wore coruscates in the light of the chandelier. Soft pedal. Fearing public backlash, the government tried to soft pedal the tax increase plans. Cauterize. The doctor used heat to cauterize the wound to stop the bleeding. Off the peg. He bought an off-the-peg suit from a department store rather than one that was custom-made. Off the shelf. Lacking the budget to develop their own system, they purchased commercially available, off-the-shelf software. Cortege. On the day of the state funeral, a long cortege centered around the car carrying the president's coffin quietly proceeded through the city. Auricular. The doctor performed an auricular examination to check for any abnormalities in the eardrums. Hawser. Very thick and strong hawsers were used to secure the huge passenger ships to the quayside. Lawgiver. Moses is revered as the great lawgiver who conveyed God's teachings to the ancient people of Israel. Oracular. She spoke oracularly about the future, almost prophetic. Coursework. To obtain the degree, students must complete not only exams but also a huge amount of coursework. Off the cuff. He delivered a brilliant off-the-cuff speech on the spot, without any prior preparation. Short term. We must not sacrifice future growth in pursuit of short-term profits. Fortune teller. She visited a famous fortune teller to have her future fortunes predicted. Aldermanship. In recognition of his many years of service to the community, he was appointed to the position of alderman. Lordship. The courtiers bowed deeply, addressing the nobleman as Your Lordship. Androgyny. The fashion model is drawing attention for their androgyny, blurring the lines between genders. Augury. The fact that migratory birds have begun their migration earlier than usual may be an augury that a harsh winter is coming. Chorography. He published a chorography that detailed the topography and geography of the region. Fortuitously. He was in trouble because he had lost his keys, but fortuitously he found them lying on the side of the road. Hortatory. The manager gave a hortatory speech to boost the players' morale before the game. Offertory. During the service, believers placed offerings on the altar while hymns were played. Shilly-shully. He was indecisive and shilly-shully hesitated for ages over which plan to go with. Tautology. He used the term free gift, which is typical tautology. Voraciously. He was an avid reader and voraciously devoured every book in the library. Corporeal. Ghosts have no substance, but humans are corporeal beings with physical bodies. Auspiciously. The new project got off to an auspicious start with an order from a major client. Oracle. He suffered a minor injury to his oracle, but fortunately his hearing was not affected. Coronal. During the solar eclipse, a coronal light could be observed shining around the sun. Corpuscle. Blood contains countless corpuscles, such as red blood cells that carry oxygen. Exhaustible. Fossil fuels such as oil and coal are exhaustible resources that will eventually be used up. Offal. Traditional dishes include expertly prepared offal such as liver and heart. Ordinal. The steps were explained using ordinal numbers such as first and second. Orthogonal. In the math lecture, we learned about the conditions for two vectors to be orthogonal to each other. Tautological. The claim that single men are not married is a repetitive tautological statement. Warble. In the spring morning, you can hear small birds warbling beautifully in the trees. Also-ran. He ran for president but ended up as an also-ran, a fringe candidate. Auscultation. The doctor used a stethoscope to listen to the patient's chest and check the heartbeat. Cosmogony. Studies cosmogony, the theory of how ancient myths explain the origin of the world. Fornication. In the strict society of the past, fornication, sexual relations between unmarried men and women, was considered a serious crime. Importune. She repeatedly importuned her parents to provide her with funds to make her dream come true. Homonym. Words like right and right, which sound the same but have different meanings, are called homonyms. Corpulence. Years of unhealthy living had left him suffering from severe corpulence. Fraudulence. His business involved a lot of fraudulent activity, which eventually led to a police investigation. Corpulent. The corpulent gentleman seemed to be having difficulty even sitting in a chair. Importunate. He made importunate phone calls every day asking for a loan. Wantonness. He was severely criticized for the wantonness of his behavior and lost his social standing. Dauntless. With a dauntless spirit that never gave in to any difficulty, he continued to challenge unclimbed mountain peaks. Faultless. She delivered a flawless performance at the competition and won first place. Fluorescence. In 18th century Europe, the Enlightenment reached a spectacular fluorescence. Haughtiness. Her haughtiness caused friction with those around her. Laundress. In the past, aristocratic mansions had their own laundresses to handle the mountains of laundry. Soreness. The day after a strenuous exercise session, he experienced severe soreness throughout his legs. Tortious. His actions negligently caused damage, and he may be held tortiously liable at law. Ornithologist. An ornithologist, he visited the wetlands to study the ecology of migratory birds. Epaulette. The shoulders of the ceremonial uniform were decorated with gorgeous gold epaulettes. Incorruptible. He is an incorruptible bureaucrat who never wavers, no matter how much bribe is offered to him. Osteomyelitis. He developed osteomyelitis, a deep bacterial infection of the bone, which required a lengthy hospital stay. He got stuck for words in the middle of his speech and tried to fill the silence by saying, Hubbub. I couldn't hear the person next to me because of the hubbub of the market and people talking. Bubble. A bubble is floating in the air. Double. It is double the price. Rubble. Immediately after the major earthquake, piles of rubble from collapsed buildings were everywhere in the city. Stubble. He hadn't shaved for several days, so there was short stubble around his chin. Trouble. He was having trouble understanding how to operate the computer, so I helped him. Troublesome. Pulling the weeds that had overgrown the garden was a very troublesome task. Troubleshooter. He travels the world as a professional troubleshooter specializing in resolving complex system failures. Troubled. He had a very troubled expression regarding the recent worsening of the economic situation. Rubber. Rubber is used on the soles of these shoes for grip, making them safe even on rainy days. Suburb. To leave the bustle of the city, he decided to build a house in a quiet suburb. Suburbs. Away from the city bustle, he moved to a house in the suburbs in search of a quiet environment. Stubborn. He is very stubborn and won't listen to others' opinions once he has made up his mind. Rubbish. He disposed of his old, useless trinkets as rubbish. Grubby. He had been gardening all day, so his clothes and hands were completely grubby. Stubby. He took out a stubby pencil that had become short from years of use. Tubby. He has a somewhat tubby build, but his movements are very agile. Republic. The country abolished the monarchy and transitioned to a republic governed by representatives elected by the people. Publicize. The company actively publicized its new product launch using social media to inform the public. Publisher. She revised her manuscript many times to find a publisher who would release her novel to the world. Public. The government decided to seek the public's opinion on the introduction of the new tax system. Publish. She decided to publish the novel she had been writing for years through a reliable publisher. Doubly. Not only was he promoted, but his salary also increased significantly, so his joy was doubly felt. Duchess. As a duchess of a historic lineage, she always strives to behave with nobility and grace. Nutshell. In a nutshell, his long story meant that the project was cancelled. Duchy. In European history, the duchy, ruled by a specific duke, played an important role. Touchy. He gets very touchy when it comes to matters of privacy and is easily offended. Befuddle. The explanation of the complex tax system completely befuddled me, as I am not an expert. Cuddle. The mother gently cuddled the crying baby to calm him down. Huddle. In the fierce blizzard, the penguins huddled together to maintain their body temperature. Muddle. The administrative procedures were mixed up, and the document management ended up in a complete muddle. Puddle. In the park after the rain, the children wore boots and played by jumping into a large puddle. Muddled. The explanation was so complex that his mind became completely muddled. Sudden. He was puzzled by the sudden change in plans but quickly regained his composure and responded. Suddenly. The clear sky suddenly turned dark, and a heavy thunderstorm began. Rudder. The captain slowly moved the rudder in the wheelhouse to change the direction of the massive ship. Shudder. He couldn't help but shudder as a chill ran down his spine from sheer terror. Bloody. History textbooks record bloody conflicts over the throne. Buddy. He went on a trip around the world with his childhood buddy. Muddy. The soccer field ground was completely muddy due to the heavy rain last night. Ruddy. His cheeks were ruddy from walking in the cold winter wind. Study. I study English every day. Studied. His manner was very polite, but it gave off a somewhat studied impression. Another. These shoes didn't fit, so I asked the clerk if they had another size. Brother. I played soccer in the park with my brother today. Mother. My mother loves cooking. Other. He decided to carefully consider other options, not just one method. Smother. The campfire became too intense, so he smothered it by throwing sand on it. Brotherhood. The organization upholds the brotherhood of mankind across nationalities and races as its philosophy. Motherhood. Through her first time raising a child, she deeply feels the joy and responsibility of motherhood. Motherly. She always treats the neighborhood children with motherly affection. Otherwise. He said he would come on time, but if otherwise, we intend to leave without him. Southern. They traveled to the southern region. Suffocate. In a sealed room, you feel like you might suffocate due to a lack of oxygen. Buffalo. On the vast plains of North America, huge herds of buffalo once roamed freely. Muffle. He used thick curtains to muffle the sound so his voice wouldn't leak into the next room. Ruffle. A slight breeze occasionally ruffled the surface of the quiet lake. Scuffle. After the soccer match, a small scuffle broke out between excited supporters of both teams. Shuffle. He quickly shuffled the deck of cards to prepare for the next game. Muffled. The music heard through the thick wall was muffled and hard to hear. Muffin. She prepared freshly baked muffins filled with blueberries for breakfast. Buffet. The hotel breakfast is served buffet style, so you can freely choose what you like. Buffer. This cushioning material acts as a buffer to soften impacts during transport. Suffer. He has been suffering from severe unexplained headaches for many years. Suffering. He had been sick for years, but thanks to a new treatment, he was finally freed from his suffering. Fluffy. The cat she keeps has very fluffy fur and is very pleasant to touch. Puffy. Her eyes were very puffy this morning because she had continued to cry until late last night. Scruffy. He hadn't shaved for several days and was walking around town looking scruffy. Stuffy. The air in the room with all the windows closed was very stuffy, so I ventilated it immediately. Suffragist. In the early 20th century, many suffragists demonstrated and won the right to vote for women. Suffrage. As a result of long-standing women's movements, equal suffrage was finally granted to everyone. Bugaboo. As a child, he believed a terrifying bugaboo was hiding in the closet. Rugged. The Jeep drove powerfully through rugged terrain such as rocky and muddy roads. Luggage. He packed everything he needed into a large piece of luggage for his trip abroad. Juggle. She successfully juggles childcare and work while being part of a dual-income household. Smuggle. He was arrested for attempting to smuggle prohibited goods across the border. Struggle. He struggled to adapt to the new environment, but eventually made friends and succeeded. Slugger. As the team's representative powerful slugger, he has hit numerous home runs. Juggernaut. The IT company became a juggernaut in the industry with its overwhelming financial and technical power. Sluggish. Perhaps due to lack of sleep, his movements today were more sluggish than usual and lacked energy. Nugget. He found a shiny little gold nugget on the riverbed. Buggy. The mother took her baby for a walk in a buggy in the sunny park. Muggy. Summer in Japan has high humidity, so it often feels more muggy than the actual temperature. Smuggling. Around the borders, 24-hour monitoring is conducted to crack down on the smuggling of prohibited items. Stenographer. In the courtroom, a skilled stenographer is stationed to record every single word spoken accurately. Cudgel. Soldiers in ancient times used heavy wooden cudgels as weapons in addition to swords. Bludgeon. He tried to bludgeon the other person into submission with verbal abuse to force his opinion through. Drudgery. He was exhausted by the daily drudgery of repeatedly entering the same data. Curmudgeon. The old man living nearby was a curmudgeon who would yell just because children passed in front of his house. Grudging. When admitting his mistake, he offered a very grudging apology. Grudgingly. He didn't want to admit his mistake, but he grudgingly apologized when presented with the evidence. Budget. He is setting a strict budget by cutting down on food expenses for next month's trip. Pudgy. He had been a bit pudgy since childhood, but he toned up after starting swimming. Luckily. He forgot important documents on the train, but luckily they had been turned in to the station's lost and found. Buckle. He inserted the seatbelt buckle until he heard it click. Chuckle. Remembering the funny incident from last night, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Knuckle. He has a habit of cracking his knuckles when he is nervous or thinking. Ruckus. He went to see what was happening after hearing a sudden ruckus in the next room. Bucket. I drew a bucket full of water from the well. Pucker. She took a bite of a very sour lemon and couldn't help but pucker her face. Succor. To help people affected by the disaster, the government immediately sent succor in the form of food and medical supplies. Lucky. I'm very lucky. Plucky. The little boy had a plucky spirit, facing up to much larger opponents without flinching. Duckling. On the pond, cute ducklings were seen swimming in a line right behind their parent. Truculent. He picked a fight with a very truculent attitude, leaving everyone perplexed. Succulent. The steak served at that restaurant was incredibly succulent. Gullible. He is so gullible that he immediately believed a suspicious investment story. Lullaby. The baby fell into a peaceful sleep while listening to the lullaby sung quietly by the mother. Nullify. The Supreme Court officially nullified the new law, ruling that it violated the Constitution. Sullen. He was angry that his request wasn't granted and fell silent with a sullen expression. Color. In autumn, the mountain trees beautifully change color to red and yellow. Colorful. The market was filled with vibrant fruits and spices, making for a very colorful scene. Gully. After the heavy rain, a deep gully had been carved into the hillside by the flow of water. Sully. His long-standing reputation was sullied by the spreading of groundless rumors. Sullied. The company's long-standing reputation was severely sullied when the cover-up of the scandal was revealed. Unsullied. Deep in the mountains, unsullied nature that has not yet been touched by human hands remains. Stomach. He felt an uncomfortable pain in his stomach because of extreme nervousness. Pummel. The boxer cornered his opponent and pummeled him with a rapid succession of punches. Summon. The court decided to summon the person who holds key evidence of the case as a witness. Summons. He received a formal summons from the court as a witness to the incident. Plummet. Due to sudden negative news, the company's stock price plummeted unexpectedly. Summit. After days of struggling, the climbers finally reached the summit of the mountain, exceeding 8,000 meters. Comer. He is attracting attention from many investors as a promising newcomer who has distinguished himself in the industry. Drummer. The band's drummer performed an energetic solo while keeping a precise rhythm. Plumber. Since the faucet was leaking, I called a local plumber to request a repair. Summer. The long-awaited summer vacation has begun, and the children are excited to plan a trip to the sea. Summarize. At the end of the meeting, the facilitator briefly summarized the key points discussed. Summary. He condensed the key points of the long report into one page and distributed it as a summary at the start of the meeting. Somersault. The gymnast performed a magnificent mid-air somersault and received a round of applause from the audience. Rummage. He rummaged through the old closet and found his childhood treasures. Coming. He is looking forward to going camping with his family this coming weekend. Plumbing. When renovating the old apartment, we replaced all the aging plumbing with new equipment. Unbecoming. Shouting in public is behavior very unbecoming of a gentleman. Dummy. To test the car's safety, he conducted a crash test with a dummy in the driver's seat. Mummy. The museum exhibits the mummy of a king who was carefully preserved in ancient Egypt. Yummy. The apple pie she baked looked beautiful and tasted very yummy. Premonitory. He had a premonitory feeling that something bad was going to happen minutes before the major earthquake. Funnel. She carefully transferred the liquid into a thin bottle using a funnel. Tunnel. The train passed through a long tunnel piercing the high mountain and entered the snow country. Runoff. The runoff from the rain on the mountain is flowing into a nearby river. Runner. He trains every morning as a runner in the park, aiming to complete a full marathon. Nunnery. She chose to leave the secular world and lead a life of prayer in a nunnery located deep in the quiet mountains. Punishable. Smoking in public places violates ordinances, and in this area, it is punishable by a fine. Cunning. That merchant was a cunning man who skillfully talked customers into buying expensive products. Running. He never misses his daily running and works hard to maintain his physical strength. Stunning. The sunset viewed from the mountain peak was a stunning sight that left me speechless. Punish. In that country, there are laws that punish nuisance behavior in public places with strict penalties. Punishment. Those who break the law should receive appropriate punishment corresponding to the severity of their crime. Bunny. On the lawn in the garden, a little bunny was hopping while twitching its ears. Funny. He is a very funny person and always makes everyone laugh. Honey. He drank warm tea with plenty of honey to soothe his sore throat. Money. He saved money for the trip. Runny. He caught a bad cold and has been suffering from a runny nose since morning. Sunny. We were blessed with sunny weather over the weekend, making it perfect for a picnic. Couple. The young couple was talking harmoniously on a park bench. Supple. Thanks to her daily stretching, she maintains an incredibly supple physique. Comeuppance. He had been deceiving others for years, but he finally got his comeuppance when he was arrested for fraud. Puppet. The child was playing happily with a small puppet on his fingertip. Scupper. The ship's deck is equipped with scuppers to drain water from the crashing waves. Upper. He lives on the upper floor of the building. Uppermost. Keeping his family safe was always the uppermost concern in his mind. Puppy. He was overjoyed to be given a lively puppy with fluffy fur for his birthday. Supplicant. He knelt before the king and bowed his head as a humble supplicant seeking forgiveness for his clan. Supplement. He takes a vitamin supplement every morning to compensate for nutritional deficiencies. Coupling. The coupling used to connect the train cars was strictly inspected before departure. Curry. She mixed spices to make an authentic Indian-style curry. Hustler. He is known as a hustler who maneuvers skillfully to gain profit in the fierce urban competition. Bustle. The big city stations are overflowing with the bustle of commuters from early morning. Hustle. To succeed, it is necessary to hustle and work harder than anyone else. Muscle. He has gained strong muscles through his daily training at the gym. Rustle. The autumn wind blew through, and the dry leaves made a pleasant rustle. Tussle. Near the end of the match, players from both teams engaged in a fierce tussle over the ball. Percussive. The music is characterized by powerful percussive rhythms from drums and other instruments. Hussar. The scene in the historical movie where a unit of hussars in colorful uniforms galloped across the meadow was impressive. Resuscitate. Paramedics did everything they could to resuscitate the man who was in cardiac arrest. Busing. In urban areas, busing students to distant schools was implemented to correct educational disparities. Fussy. She is known for being very fussy about food and having many dislikes. Mustache. He started growing a magnificent mustache under his nose to look more mature. Mustache. It was his grandfather's daily routine to carefully trim his mustache in front of the mirror. Adjustable. This work chair is highly adjustable in height and backrest angle, so you don't get tired even after sitting for long hours. Custody. After the divorce, legal discussions were held over who would have custody of the children. Justify. To justify his lateness, he cited train delays as the reason. Justifiable. He was forced to lie to protect his family, but it was a justifiable decision given the circumstances. Justified. He claimed that his actions were in self-defense and stated that his reaction was justified. Customize. He customizes his smartphone home screen freely to suit his own usability. Customary. In this country, it is customary for relatives to gather and eat special dishes for the new year. Customer. The clerk greeted the customer with a smile and carefully explained the features of the new product. Sustenance. For those traveling through the desert, water and a little food were their only sustenance. Adjusted. Thanks to the chair, which had its height adjusted to fit me, I was able to work more efficiently. Disgusted. He was utterly disgusted by the irresponsible remarks of the politician he saw on TV. Accustom. He made an effort to accustom himself quickly to the rules of his new workplace. Custom. An old custom of offering a dance of gratitude during the harvest season remains in that land. Accustomed. He has lived in the UK for many years, so he is quite accustomed to driving on the left side. Justice. We seek justice. Bluster. Unable to admit his mistake, he tried to get through the situation by blustering. Buster. The movie became the biggest blockbuster of the summer vacation, earning record box office revenues worldwide. Cluster. In one corner of the night sky, a beautiful cluster of stars looking like scattered jewels was visible. Duster. He picked up a feather duster to wipe away the dust that had accumulated on the shelves. Fluster. Even when faced with sudden trouble, she handled it calmly without getting flustered. Luster. The polished silver tableware gave off a beautiful luster in the candlelight. Muster. He mustered his courage and boldly stated his thoughts despite many opposing opinions. Custard. The warm apple tart served as dessert was accompanied by a generous amount of custard sauce. Rustic. Away from the city bustle, he spent the weekend in a rustic lodge by the lake. Disgusting. Garbage was left abandoned in the alleyway, and a disgusting smell drifted through the air. Injustice. He decided to become a lawyer to correct the injustice rampant in society. Crusty. That freshly baked baguette was crusty on the outside and fluffy on the inside. Dusty. In the attic that hadn't been used for a long time, there were dusty old pieces of furniture. Gusty. Due to a strong low-pressure system, gusty winds blew through the city, making it difficult even to walk. Lusty. As soon as the baby was born, it let out a lusty cry, reassuring everyone around. Musty. When I went deep into the old library, there was a musty smell, like a mix of old paper and mold. Rusty. He hadn't played the piano for years, so his finger movements had become quite rusty. Gusto. He was so hungry that he began to eat the served food with great gusto. Frustrating. Not being able to remember the password no matter how many times I tried was a very frustrating experience. Frustrate. The repeated delays of the plan frustrated all the project members. Concussion. He struck his head hard during a rugby match, was diagnosed with a concussion, and was ordered to rest for several days. Discussion. A lively discussion was held among all members to decide the direction of the new project. Percussion. In an orchestra performance, the percussion section, such as the timpani, adds power to the piece. Repercussion. The central bank's decision to raise interest rates could have significant repercussions for the global economy as a whole. Usher. When entering the theater, an usher guided me to my seat, illuminating the way with a flashlight. Crushing. He was disheartened by the crushing blow of the failure of his expected project. Luscious. The peaches picked at that orchard had a very juicy and luscious taste. Subtly. By changing her makeup only subtly, she gave a much more mature impression than before. Buttock. His buttocks went numb because he had been sitting on a hard chair for a long time. Rebuttal. He presented a brilliant rebuttal to his opponent's claim, citing logical evidence. Scuttle. A small crab scuttled along the shoreline and hid behind a rock. Shuttle. A shuttle bus connecting the airport and the city center runs every 15 minutes. Subtle. His acting contained subtle nuances of emotion that were beyond words. Subtlety. His acting was full of subtlety, expressing emotions through slight changes in facial expression. Button. Please fasten the button on your shirt. Unbutton. He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt as soon as he returned to his room to relax. Gluttonous. He was very gluttonous with food and ordered dish after dish. Buttonhole. He buttonholed the expert at the party to ask for advice. Butter. It is his daily routine to eat freshly baked toast with plenty of butter spread on it. Clutter. His desk is cluttered with papers and books, making it difficult to find what he needs. Flutter. A butterfly that came to the window fluttered its beautiful wings and flew away into the sky. Gutter. Leaves got stuck in the roof gutter, and rainwater was overflowing. Mutter. He seemed dissatisfied but didn't say it directly, instead muttering something in a low voice. Nutter. People around him think he is a nutter for doing things like jumping into the freezing sea in the middle of winter. Putter. On weekends he likes to putter around the garden, tending to his tools and watering the plants. Sputter. The boat with an old engine moved slowly while sputtering. Utter. He was so shocked that he lost his words and was unable to utter a single syllable. Utterance. His careless utterance developed into a major diplomatic issue. Nutty. These cookies have many almonds in them and have a very nutty flavor. Buttress. He prepared vast amounts of experimental data to buttress his theory. Nothing. I have nothing. Lovable. The puppy is a bit mischievous, but it has a charming expression and is very lovable. Covenant. A sacred covenant was made between the ancient tribes not to invade each other. Hovel. In the historical novel, a dilapidated hovel where poor peasants huddled together was described. Oven. She baked a cake in the oven, and a sweet aroma filled the kitchen. Slovenly. He is slovenly in appearance and doesn't care if his shirt buttons are undone. Covet. He secretly and strongly coveted his rival's extraordinary talent. Cover. He sought cover under the eaves of a nearby building to protect himself from the sudden rain. Discover. He discovered a highly valuable historical first edition at a second-hand bookstore he happened to stop by. Hover. The rescue helicopter continued to hover directly above the site to lift the injured person. Lover. He is a lover of reading. Recover. After undergoing major surgery and several months of recuperation, he finally recovered his strength. Rediscover. He revisited his hometown and rediscovered the splendor of the local culture that he hadn't noticed as a child. Uncover. The archaeological team succeeded in uncovering the ruins of an ancient city from beneath the desert. Undercover. The police officer conducted an undercover investigation disguised as a merchant to gather evidence against the criminal organization. Coverage. The news program provided in-depth coverage of the election results. Discovery. Scientists succeeded in the discovery of a new species of creature, never seen before in the deep sea. Government. The national government decided to introduce new economic measures to curb inflation. Governmental. A large amount of governmental subsidies is being poured into the project. Governance. To prevent corporate scandals, establishing transparent corporate governance is essential. Governess. In 19th century England, a governess in charge of educating children in wealthy families was common. Governor. The governor of the state announced a new education support budget proposal at a press conference. Governing. The committee established governing rules for managing the new project. Govern. The newly elected president vowed to govern the country with highly transparent politics. Covey. A covey of small birds flew out from the bushes all at once, as if startled. Recovery. He underwent major surgery but showed a remarkable recovery at a speed that surprised even the doctors. Guzzle. Thirsty as he was, he guzzled down the cold cola. Muzzle. To prevent the ferocious dog from harming others, the owner put a muzzle on it. Puzzle. He sat at his desk all night to solve the puzzle of that complex mathematical formula. Puzzling. Scientists are trying to decode the puzzling signals arriving from that unknown celestial body. Cousin. At the new year, relatives gathered and he met his cousins for the first time in a long while. Dozen. He bought a dozen eggs at a nearby store for breakfast. Fuzzy. Because I drank too much last night, my memory is fuzzy this morning and I can't remember well. Muslim. There is an old mosque in the city, and many Muslims come there to pray. Club. I am in the university soccer club. Cub. In the forest, we spotted a lion cub trying its best to follow its mother. Dub. The movie was dubbed into Japanese so that the local audience could easily understand it. Hub. This airport functions as a transportation hub connecting Asia and Europe. Nub. After a long discussion, the nub of the problem was finally revealed. Pub. Let's go to the pub. Rub. He slowly rubbed the aching part of his shoulder to ease the stiffness. Scrub. She scrubbed the floor with detergent to make the kitchen sparkling clean. Shrub. Low shrubs are planted along the garden fence to protect privacy. Snub. He didn't hide his displeasure toward the colleague who coldly snubbed his advice. Stub. He stubbed his toe on the corner of the desk while walking in the darkroom. Sub. He entered the game as a sub for the injured player. Subdivision. With the expansion of the city, vast land in the suburbs was developed as a new residential subdivision. Subgroup. The research team divided the subjects into several subgroups to examine specific genetic traits in detail. Subjugate. The ancient empire subjugated one small neighboring country after another with its powerful military. Subcommittee. A subcommittee specialized in environmental issues was established in the Assembly to discuss specific measures. Subculture. The unique fashion and music popular among young people form an important subculture. Submarine. The Navy's submarine can carry out its mission covertly, while staying submerged in the deep sea for months. Subsequent. After the initial earthquake, numerous subsequent aftershocks occurred over several hours. Subsequently. He graduated from university and subsequently found a job at a famous local company. Subsection. Because Chapter 3 of the report was very long, it was organized into several subsections. Subset. This dataset is merely a subset that meets specific criteria within the whole. Subsidize. The government decided to subsidize purchase costs to promote the spread of eco-friendly electric vehicles. Subsidy. The government provided a subsidy to households installing solar panels to promote renewable energy. Substitute. A young player participated as a substitute for the star player who was out due to injury. Substantive. Instead of superficial talk, we need a substantive dialogue that touches the heart of the problem. Substance. His speech was eloquent, but it lacked any real substance. Substrate. The cell absorbed the substrate. Subtitle. To understand the foreign film, I followed the Japanese subtitles displayed at the bottom of the screen. Subterfuge. He used the subterfuge of making up a false reason to avoid attending the meeting. Subway. To avoid city traffic jams, he uses the subway every day to commute to work. Clutch. She clutched her mother's hand tightly so as not to get lost in the crowd. Crutch. He is using crutches to walk because he broke his leg. Hutch. In the corner of the garden, there is a small hutch for the rabbits the children keep. Much. He is too busy with work to take much time to spend with his family. Such. I had never seen such a beautiful sunset in my life. Touch. The sculpture is very delicate, so you must never touch it with your bare hands. Touchstone. This classic piece of literature has been read for years as a touchstone for understanding the essence of humanity. Untouched. The island retains untouched nature that hasn't been affected by humans at all. Blood. At the scene of the accident, there were traces of blood on the road surface, telling of the violent collision. Bud. Bathed in the warm spring sunlight, Small buds began to swell on the cherry tree in the garden. Crud. In the corner of the garage that had been neglected for years, crud, a mixture of oil and dust, was caked on. Dud. I bought fireworks with high expectations, but half of them were duds that wouldn't light. Flood. Record-breaking heavy rain caused the river to overflow, bringing a severe flood to the nearby residential area. Stud. That leather jacket has silver studs driven into the shoulder area. Thud. When the heavy luggage was dropped on the floor, a dull thud echoed through the quiet room. Cuddly. She received a soft and cuddly teddy bear as a birthday present. Bloodstream. The active ingredients of the medicine are absorbed in the small intestine and then carried throughout the body via the bloodstream. Bloodshed. The leaders sat at the peace negotiation table to avoid further bloodshed. Bluff. Despite not having strong cards, he made a high bet and bluffed his opponent. Buff. He buffed the body with a soft cloth to polish the car to a shine. Cuff. As soon as the police officer caught the criminal, he put cuffs on his hands. Enough. He was able to save enough money to travel around the world. Fluff. There was a lot of fluff on the sweater, so I carefully removed it with a brush. Gruff. He has a gruff appearance and voice, but he actually has a very kind heart. Huff. He left the room in a huff, angry that his opinion had been ignored. Puff. He rushed up the stairs and came into the room puffing. Rebuff. He proposed a new project but was coldly rebuffed by his boss. Rough. The ship rocked violently because the sea was rough. Scuff. He carelessly hit his new shoes against the wall, leaving a permanent scuff on the toe. Slew. Snakes slough off their old skin as they grow to become new. Snuff. He snuffed out the candle flame with his fingers at the end of the ceremony. Stuff. There is stuff on the table. Tough. By enduring rigorous training, he became tough both mentally and physically. Muffler. On a cold winter day, he went out with a warm wool muffler wrapped around his neck. Roughly. It is roughly $100. Bug. He found a serious bug in the software and created a patch for it. Drug. The research team succeeded in developing a groundbreaking new drug to treat the incurable disease. Dug. He dug a deep hole in the corner of the garden, believing that treasure was buried there. Hug. I exchanged a strong hug with a friend I hadn't seen in a long time to celebrate our safety. Jug. She put the cold lemonade in a ceramic jug and carried it to the table. Mug. On a cold winter morning, he enjoyed pouring hot coffee into a large mug. Plug. I inserted the smartphone charger into the electrical plug. Rug. He laid a thick wool rug on the floor to keep his feet warm. Shrug. He didn't know the answer to the question, so he just shrugged his shoulders. Slug. He was suddenly attacked, so he delivered a powerful slug in self-defense. Smug. He bragged to those around him about passing the exam with a perfect score, with a smug expression. Snug. The sweater fit him snugly and looked very warm. Thug. He was surrounded by thugs in a city alleyway, but he handled the situation calmly and got through it. Tug. The child tugged on his mother's sleeve several times to get her attention. Unplug. To prevent damage from lightning, I unplugged the TV cord before going out. Smuggler. He was arrested by the police as a smuggler who attempted to bring prohibited drugs across the border. Ugly. Due to urban development, beautiful historical streets were replaced by ugly buildings. Repugnant. His discriminatory remarks were extremely repugnant and contrary to the principles of democracy. Luxury. As a reward for his hard work, he stayed at a luxury hotel over the weekend. Adjudge. After a strict screening, his work was adjudged the best in the contest. Begrudge. She knew she should be happy for her friend's success, but part of her begrudged it. Budge. He refused to change his mind and wouldn't budge an inch no matter how much people persuaded him. Drudge. He was exhausted from working every day as a drudge, repeating the same monotonous tasks. Fudge. He successfully fudged the details of the report to avoid taking responsibility. Grudge. He still holds a strong grudge against the other person over a minor past dispute. Judge. The judge carefully reviewed the evidence presented and delivered the final verdict. Nudge. She gave her colleague a gentle nudge with her elbow to wake him up when he started dozing off during the meeting. Sludge. Thick sludge that remained after filtration had accumulated in the factory's wastewater treatment facility. Smudge. He touched the document before the ink was dry, turning the letters into a messy smudge. Trudge. He continued to trudge toward home through the heavy snow with weary steps. Judgment. Based on his past experience, he made a calm judgment that the investment was very risky. Judgment. The court scrutinized the evidence presented and delivered the final judgment. Amok. Suddenly, an excited man ran amok in the city, brandishing a knife, and the police were called. Buck. He obsessed over every single buck to save as much money as possible. Chug. He chucked his old, useless magazines into the trash can without hesitation. Luck. He was in a tough situation, but in the end he had the luck to escape the crisis. Muck. The farm after the rain was covered in muck, making it difficult to walk. Pluck. She plucked a few colorful flowers blooming in the garden and put them in a vase. Suck. The powerful vacuum cleaner sucked up even the fine dust deep in the carpet. Truck. A truck is carrying goods. Tuck. She tucked the hem of her shirt neatly into her pants to tidy her appearance. Fluctuate. Crude oil prices fluctuate wildly every day in response to changes in the international situation. Infrastructure. To support economic growth, developing social infrastructure such as roads and communication networks is essential. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Structural. Although the building is old, no structural defects were found, and it can still be used. Restructuring. To recover from deteriorating management, the company announced it would undergo a company-wide restructuring. Buxom. She had a buxom build with a healthy kind of beauty. Huckster. The huckster was eagerly hawking suspicious health foods to passers-by. Instructional. The video was instructional, explaining clearly how to use the new software. Abduction. The news heavily reported on the abduction of a young child that took place in broad daylight. Conduction. Metals have good heat conduction. Construction. Construction of the new shopping center, scheduled for completion next year, is underway in front of the station. Deduction. He identified the culprit through logical deduction from the scant evidence left at the scene. Destruction. The massive typhoon brought catastrophic destruction to the coastal villages. Induction. An induction training was held for new employees to explain the company's philosophy and operations. Instruction. He followed the clear instructions from his boss and completed the project without delay. Introduction. This is the introduction of the book. Obstruction. A large tree fallen across the road became an obstruction to traffic, causing temporary gridlock in the area. Production. The car factory significantly improved production efficiency by introducing the latest robots. Reconstruction. After the war ended, the entire nation began the reconstruction of the destroyed infrastructure. Reduction. The company is strongly promoting paperless operations to achieve cost reduction. Reproduction. Living organisms pass on life to the next generation through reproduction to ensure the survival of their species. Seduction. Advertisers skillfully use the seduction of beautiful imagery and music to attract consumers. Suction. Using the suction from a powerful pump, they removed the mud that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool. Deductible. When filing taxes, certain medical expenses and donations are deductible from your income. Ductile. Gold and silver are highly ductile and can be processed into thin wires. Reluctance. He felt a strong reluctance to take on that dangerous mission. Reluctant. Because he knew the dangers of the plan, he was very reluctant to participate. Reluctantly. He didn't want to work over the weekend, but he reluctantly agreed because it was an urgent task. Conductor. As the conductor of the orchestra, he brilliantly brought together hundreds of performers. Instructor. Following the advice of the gym instructor, he began weight training with the correct form. Semiconductor. High-performance semiconductors are essential for manufacturing smartphones and electric vehicles. Introductory. In the first year of university, introductory lectures are held to learn the basics of each specialized field. Indestructible. This smartphone case is made of special materials and has indestructible strength that won't break even if dropped. Conductive. Copper is widely used for electrical wires because it is a highly conductive material. Instructive. The historical documentary was very instructive, providing a deep understanding of the social conditions of the time. Obstructive. His unnecessary questions were obstructive to the progress of the meeting, confusing everyone. Productive. He organizes his daily tasks every morning to have a productive day. Reproductive. Living organisms have sophisticated reproductive functions to ensure the survival of their species. Seductive. The new product has a very seductive appeal with its sophisticated design and amazing versatility. Unproductive. The discussion veered off track, and unproductive time passed without anything being decided. Crux. After much discussion, it became clear that the crux of the problem lay in the lack of budget. Deluxe. As a reward to himself, he stayed for one night in a deluxe suite at the hotel. Flux. In today's rapidly innovating society, market trends are in a constant state of flux. Abduct. The movie had a shocking plot about aliens abducting humans to conduct unknown experiments. Conduct. As the orchestra conductor, he conducted the performance with brilliant baton technique. Construct. They joined forces to construct a sturdy bridge to cross to the opposite bank of the river. Deduct. The amount after deducting income tax and social insurance premiums from your salary is your take-home pay. Duct. Metal ducts are installed throughout the building ceiling to send heating and cooling air to each room. Induct. In recognition of his illustrious achievements, he was finally inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Instruct. He instructed the new staff in detail on how to operate the latest software. Obstruct. Items left abandoned on the street are obstructing passage, forcing pedestrians to be inconvenienced. Reconstruct. Scientists attempted to accurately reconstruct the appearance of the ancient creature from the discovered bone fragments. Cull. To protect the forest, a plan was made to cull some of the overpopulated deer. Dull. The knife I forgot to sharpen had become quite dull, and I couldn't cut the tomato well. Gull. Along the coast, white gulls fly around aiming for the food thrown by tourists. Hull. At the shipyard, the hull of a massive cargo ship was in the middle of being assembled. Lull. They moved to the shelter during a temporary lull in the fierce storm. Mull. He mulled over the new contract terms offered to him overnight. Skull. The archaeologist discovered an ancient human skull in very good condition inside the cave. Bulbous. In that garden, bulbous tulips bloom brilliantly when spring arrives. Culture. One of the joys of visiting a foreign land is experiencing its unique and rich culture. Vulture. The vulture soaring high in the sky searched with sharp eyes for dead animals on the ground. Culturally. The city is culturally very diverse, and you can enjoy various cuisines and arts from around the world. Agricultural. In this region, latest technology is introduced to carry out efficient agricultural production. Cultural. It is a cultural difference. Horticultural. He is knowledgeable about plant cultivation and maintains a beautiful garden using his horticultural expertise. Intercultural. It is an intercultural dialogue. Multicultural. The city forms a multicultural society where people from all over the world gather. Cultured. She is very well versed in art and literature and is a highly cultured woman. Tumultuous. He lived through tumultuous times and gained many valuable experiences. Sulfur. When I visited the hot spring resort, a distinct smell of sulfur, like rotten eggs, drifted through the air. Vulgar. He made people around him uncomfortable by using vulgar language in public. Promulgate. The government formally promulgated new regulations to protect public health. Indulgence. As an indulgence to himself, he relaxed at a top-tier spa over the weekend. Indulgent. She is very indulgent with her grandchildren, buying them whatever they want. Hulking. The hulking shadow of a massive cargo ship slowly emerged from the mist. Bulky. That winter coat is very warm, but it's bulky to pack and difficult to carry. Culminate. Years of collaborative research finally culminated in the development of a groundbreaking new drug. Dullness. Tired of the dullness of the persistent cloudy days, he planned a trip to a southern island. Invulnerable. Because he had prepared thoroughly, he was in an invulnerable position against any criticism from his rivals. Vulnerable. The old building has low earthquake resistance and is very vulnerable in the event of a major earthquake. Culpable. Following an investigation into the accident, the driver who neglected safety checks was found legally culpable. Exculpate. The newly discovered evidence helped to exculpate the defendant by proving his innocence. Culprit. The police finally identified the culprit of the jewelry theft from the evidence left at the scene. Ulcer. He developed a stomach ulcer due to years of hard work and stress, and had to be hospitalized. Compulsory. In this country, education is compulsory for all children from age 6 until they graduate from junior high school. Compulsive. He has a habit of compulsive behavior, checking the lock repeatedly when he feels anxious. Impulsive. She is not good at planning and always regrets making impulsive purchases. Repulsive. A repulsive odor drifted from the old trash can. Compulsion. He was driven by a strong compulsion to wash his hands repeatedly. Convulsion. He was rushed to the hospital after suffering sudden severe convulsions. Expulsion. After repeatedly breaking school rules, he was finally faced with expulsion. Propulsion. A rocket rises into space through the propulsion of the gases it ejects. Revulsion. He felt a strong sense of revulsion upon hearing the news of the brutal incident. Stultify. Excessive rules and surveillance risk stultifying the creativity of employees. Ultimate. After years of training, he realized the ultimate secret of martial arts. Ultimately. Despite facing various difficulties, he ultimately succeeded in achieving his goal. Multiple. He is a versatile person, managing multiple projects simultaneously. Multiply. During the math exam, I carefully solved a calculation problem to multiply two-digit numbers. Consultative. The committee held a consultative meeting with outside experts to formulate the new city plan. Multitude. A multitude of products, such as colorful fruits and vegetables, were lined up in the market. Cultivated. Through years of research, he successfully cultivated a new type of rose. Cultivate. He carefully cultivates top-quality grapes to produce fine wine. Sultan. The historical story features a powerful sultan who rules over a vast territory. Consultancy. Using his years of experience, he started a consultancy providing advice on business strategy. Consultant. He is a management consultant. Adulterated. The food inspection revealed it was a fake product adulterated with cheap ingredients. Adulterate. The food manufacturer adulterated their products by mixing in cheap oil to keep costs down. Adultery. The famous actor lost many jobs after a scandal involving adultery was reported. Insulting. His rude and insulting attitude offended everyone in the venue. Resulting. The sudden heavy rain and the resulting floods caused extensive damage to the crops. Multi. It has a multi-purpose function. Multiplex. The new cinema is a multiplex facility with more than 10 screens. Sultry. Due to the sultry air of the midsummer afternoon, I couldn't stop sweating after just a short walk. Pulverize. He used a stone mortar to pulverize the seeds finely to bring out the maximum aroma of the spices. Culvert. The culvert running under the road got clogged, causing flood damage during heavy rain. Ebullient. She won the competition and burst into ebullient joy. Bulb. The light bulb in the living room burned out, so I need to replace it with a new one. Engulf. A massive tsunami surged and engulfed the coastal town in an instant. Gulf. Many beautiful fish live in the calm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Bulge. His pocket was bulging unnaturally because it contained a large amount of coins and keys. Divulge. The reporter asked the source to divulge information regarding the government's secret plan. Indulge. He decided to indulge in expensive sweets to his heart's content as a reward to himself over the weekend. Bulk. He packed the bulk of his belongings into cardboard boxes in preparation for the move. Hulk. A massive hulk of a ship that was once a luxury liner lay abandoned in the corner of the harbor. Skulk. A police officer found a suspicious man skulking behind the trees in the park late at night. Sulk. He was angry that his request wasn't granted and sulked in his room all day like a child. Gulp. He was thirsty, so he drank a glass of water in one gulp. Pulp. In the factory, large amounts of waste paper are melted into pulp and recycled into new paper. Sculpture. A magnificent sculpture of modern art carved from marble is on display in the center of the museum. Sculptor. A bronze statue created by a prominent sculptor was installed at the entrance of the new museum. Sculpted. A beautiful statue of a goddess, sculpted from a block of marble by the sculptor's hands, was completed. Pulse. The doctor lightly pressed the patient's wrist and confirmed that the pulse was normal. Repulse. The army managed to repulse the enemy's attack with its strong defense network. Adult. He is an adult now. Consult. He consulted a specialized lawyer to resolve legal issues before starting his new business. Cult. That fanatical cult followed the words of their charismatic leader blindly. Exult. The team achieved a dramatic come-from-behind victory, and the players exulted in their win, hugging each other on the field. Insult. His unfair criticism was a clear insult to my expertise and is unforgivable. Occult. He has a strong interest in mysterious phenomena and occult rituals that cannot be explained by science. Result. As a result of rigorous training, he succeeded in breaking his personal best record. Become. After rigorous training, he finally became the professional chef he had admired. Bum. He was thought to be a bum who spent all day on a park bench doing nothing. Chum. He still goes fishing on weekends with his childhood chum. Come. Great news came to him, and the whole family shared in the joy. Crumb. After eating his toast, he carefully wiped away the crumbs that had fallen on the table. Drum. On the night of the festival, the sound of a powerful drum echoed from the distance. Dumb. He just stayed silent and dumb. From. He received a letter from a distant foreign country and fondly remembered his old friend. Glum. After losing the match, all the team members returned to the locker room with glum expressions. Gum. He always chews mint-flavored gum while studying to increase his concentration. Mum. He kept mum about the surprise party plans until the day of the event. Numb. His fingertips had become numb from being exposed to the cold winter wind. Plumb. The archaeologists continued the investigation to plumb the true purpose of this ancient ruin. Rum. The sailors on the pirate ship drank rum from large barrels to celebrate their victory. Scum. A layer of green scum spread over the surface of the pond because it had been neglected for a long time. Slum. With the rapid expansion of the city, some areas have turned into slums with poor living conditions. Some. Since there are still some vegetables left in the refrigerator, let's make soup tonight. Succumb. He did not succumb to sweet temptations and stuck to his beliefs until the end. Some. As a result of his savings so far, he has accumulated a considerable sum of money in his bank account. Thumb. While reading the new book, he marked an important page by placing his thumb in it. He got stuck for words during the speech and filled the silence by saying, Somebody. Somebody is knocking on the door. Comeback. The formerly popular singer released a new song for the first time in 10 years and made a brilliant comeback. Crumble. That old wall, which had been neglected for years, began to crumble at the slightest touch. Fumble. He was so nervous that he fumbled while trying to take the keys out of his bag. Grumble. He is never satisfied with the current situation and is always grumbling about things to those around him. Humble. He is a world-famous scientist, but he always maintains a humble attitude without boasting about his achievements. Jumble. The closet was filled with out-of-season clothes and accessories in a jumble. Mumble. He has a habit of mumbling something in a low voice while looking down when he lacks confidence. Rumble. I heard the low rumble of thunder in the distance, and it looked like it was going to rain. Stumble. He stumbled over a stone while walking on a dark road at night. Tumble. He lost his footing on the stairs and took a nasty tumble all the way to the bottom. Stumbling. Despite repeated stumbling on the dark mountain path, he finally reached the hut. Jumbled. Inside his drawer, documents, pens, and coins were in a jumbled state. Incumbent. In the next election, attention is focused on whether the incumbent governor will win re-election. Humbug. He laid out plausible reasons, but in reality, it was nothing more than empty humbug. Encumber. Since heavy luggage can encumber movement during travel, you should reduce your bags as much as possible. Lumber. A large amount of lumber cut from the mountains was brought to the site to build the framework of the building. Number. Since the number of participants far exceeded expectations, we changed the venue at the last minute. Outnumber. At the demonstration, the opponents significantly outnumbered the supporters. Slumber. He had fallen into a deep slumber while sitting on the sofa during the quiet afternoon. Cumbersome. The old machine was so large and cumbersome that it was difficult to move. Unencumbered. Freed from past constraints, he started a new life in an unencumbered state. Jumbo. At the airport apron, jumbo jets capable of carrying hundreds of passengers were lined up. Penumbra. During a lunar eclipse, the moon appears slightly dimmer when it enters the Earth's penumbra. Umbrage. He took umbrage at his colleagues' rude remarks and decided to protest. Someday. He works hard at his training every day to fulfill his dream of owning his own shop someday. Humdrum. He is bored with his humdrum daily life of repeating the same things and is seeking a change. Triumphant. He overcame difficulties to win the gold medal and returned home with a triumphant expression. Dumbfound. He was dumbfounded by the utterly unexpected news and rendered speechless. Comfortable. The sofa in the hotel lobby was very comfortable, making the wait time no trouble at all. Uncomfortable. Since he didn't know anyone at the party, He felt uncomfortable the entire time. Comfortably. The new sofa is very soft, allowing 3 adults to sit comfortably. Comforting. For her in her grief, her friend's warm words were more comforting than anything else. Comfort. Her warm words of encouragement provided great comfort to him in his despair. Discomfort. He felt strong physical and mental discomfort, living in an unfamiliar environment. Circumference. In math class, we learned how to calculate the circumference of a circle from its diameter. Somehow. With very little time left until the deadline, he somehow managed to finish all the work. Comely. She has a refined and comely appearance and is well liked by many people. Autumnal. The trees in the park have turned red and yellow, and the city is enveloped in an autumnal atmosphere. Alumnus. He is proud to be an alumnus of that prestigious school and regularly attends reunions. Accompanist. He is an excellent pianist and travels the world as an accompanist for many famous singers. Accompany. He was anxious about his first trip abroad, so he decided to have a friend accompany him. Company. He works desperately every day to fulfill his big dream of starting his own company. Crumple. He crumpled up the spoiled manuscript and tossed it into the trash can. Rumple. He stuffed his shirt carelessly into his bag, which badly rumpled the collar. Encompass. This new law encompasses all aspects of environmental protection. Umpire. The players protested the ruling, but the umpire's decision was not overturned. Bumper. I had a minor contact with the car in front in a traffic jam, but thanks to the bumper, there were no scratches. Dumping. The company faced severe penalties for illegally dumping toxic chemicals into the river. Bumpy. The unpaved road was very bumpy, causing the car to shake violently. Grumpy. Perhaps due to a lack of sleep, he has been grumpy all morning and won't talk to anyone. Sometime. I'm busy now, but let's talk over tea sometime soon. Something. There is something wrong here. Somewhat. Since I slept well last night, I feel somewhat better this morning than I did yesterday. Someone. He heard the footsteps of someone approaching from across the room and tensed up. Somewhere. He misplaced his keys somewhere and has been searching the whole house frantically since morning. Clumsy. He is a bit clumsy with his hands and often knocks over glasses or drops things. Uncomfortably. The hotel bed was too hard, and he ended up spending the night uncomfortably. Bump. He couldn't see his feet in the dark and strongly bumped his knee against the corner of the desk. Clump. As we went deeper into the forest, A clump of tall trees blocked our path. Dump. He took the old furniture he no longer used to the city's designated dump. Hump. Camels store fat in the humps on their backs to adapt to harsh desert environments. Jump. Hearing the surprising news, he instinctively jumped up on the spot. Lump. I put in a lump of sugar. Plump. The plump baby was spreading smiles to everyone. Pump. Use the pump to fill it. Rump. The rump of that cattle is known for its tender meat, ideal for steak. Slump. Due to the economic downturn, the entire automobile industry has fallen into a serious slump. Stump. After cutting down the old tree in the garden, he struggled to pull out the remaining stump. Thump. When he placed the large box on the floor, a dull thump echoed. Trump. He was in a tight spot, but he produced his trump card and achieved a come-from-behind victory. Presumptuous. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to ask private questions of someone you've just met? Sumptuous. They enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at a top-tier restaurant to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Accompaniment. That refined wine was the perfect accompaniment to the main course of meat. Assumption. He made the assumption that it must be him without sufficient evidence. Consumption. Due to the recent rise in health consciousness, more people are cutting down on their sugar consumption. Gumption. Even in the face of adversity, he didn't give up and carved a path with his natural gumption. Presumption. In court, the presumption of innocence until proven guilty is the basic principle. Resumption. After the peace negotiations were settled, the resumption of trade between the two countries was finally decided. Presumptive. As the only candidate at this point, he is the presumptive next leader. Mumps. He caught the mumps as a child and suffered from a high fever and swollen throat for several days. Thumbs. He gave a strong thumbs up to his colleagues to signal that the presentation was a success. Bun. He lightly toasted the hamburger bun to add a savory flavor. Dun. The walls were painted in a dun color, giving a calm impression. Fun. Going to the amusement park with friends on the weekend is the most fun time for him. Gun. The police officer held his gun ready just in case, while cornering the suspect. None. I have none of the options. None. She decided to enter a convent and live a quiet life of prayer as a nun. 1. There were many apples in the box, but he chose the biggest one. Pun. He is good at making people laugh by casually mixing puns into conversation. Run. He runs in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. Shun. After the scandal, he came to be shunned by his former friends. Son. His son started following in his father's footsteps as an engineer after graduating from university. Stun. The singer's overwhelming performance stunned the entire audience in the venue. Sun. The sun peeked through the clouds, easing the freezing cold. Ton. The massive cargo ship crosses the Pacific Ocean carrying tens of thousands of tons of goods. Undone. He was in a hurry, so several buttons on his jacket remained undone. 1. His daily efforts paid off, and he finally won the long-awaited national championship. Runaway. People screamed as they saw the runaway train with broken brakes heading down the slope. Unborn. We have a responsibility to protect the Earth's environment for the sake of unborn generations. Sunburn. He got a severe sunburn because he spent the whole day at the beach without applying sunscreen. Sunbeam. A single sunbeam broke through the clouds and brightly illuminated the dark forest floor. Luncheon. A formal luncheon was held in a luxury hotel hall to celebrate the company's founding anniversary. Crunchy. The freshly baked cookies were delicious with a crunchy texture. Rotunda. At the center of that historical building is a rotunda with a beautiful domed roof. Refundable. There is a cancellation fee for this ticket, but the remaining amount is refundable, which is reassuring. Bundle. She tied up the old magazines she had finished reading and put them out for recycling in a large bundle. Redundancy. Due to the company's bankruptcy, many employees face sudden redundancy. Abundance. Every year, an abundance of crops is harvested from this rich land, supporting the people's lives. Abundant. This rainforest receives abundant rain and is home to a wide variety of living organisms. Redundant. As a result of the company merger, several redundant positions in the administrative department were cut. Pundit. On the TV news program, a political pundit gave a sharp analysis of the future situation. Rundown. At the start of the meeting, the manager gave a rundown of this week's project progress. Asunder. The ship was torn asunder by the storm, and its parts drifted on the surface of the sea. Blunder. He made an irreversible major blunder by misstating important figures during the meeting. Plunder. In the past, pirates raided coastal villages and fled after plundering valuables and food. Sunder. The violent explosion sundered the massive rock into two pieces in an instant. Under. He took a break under the shade of a large tree in the park to avoid the strong sunlight. Wonder. Looking up at the countless stars shining in the night sky, I feel a sense of wonder at the vastness of the universe. Thunderous. When his magnificent piano performance ended, thunderous applause erupted from the entire venue. Underbid. To outdo the competitors, he tried to secure the construction contract by intentionally underbidding. Underestimate. Underestimating the opponent's true strength was the biggest cause of this defeat. Wonderfully. The pianist's performance was wonderfully expressive and captivated the entire audience. Wonderful. That is a wonderful idea. Undergarment. On cold winter days, he wore high-insulation undergarments to retain body heat. Underground. A massive underground water storage facility has been built beneath the city. Undergrowth. As we went deeper into the forest, dense undergrowth blocked our path. Underhanded. To achieve victory, he used underhanded tactics, such as holding the rival's weaknesses against them to threaten them. Undercut. The competitor significantly undercut our prices to grab market share. Underclass. While urban redevelopment progresses, the persistence of an underclass without access to education or jobs is a problem. Underline. To avoid forgetting important points, he drew red underlines under key passages in the textbook. Underling. As soon as he reached a high position, he began treating his underlings with an overbearing attitude. Undermine. Constant criticism risks undermining the team's morale. Underpin. Thorough market research results underpin the logic of this new business strategy. Underwrite. A major bank agreed to underwrite the costs of the massive construction project. Underside. When I flipped over that old leaf, there were many small insect eggs attached to the underside. Undersized. The table was far too undersized for the room's size, making it difficult to use. Undersell. The company lowered its prices to undersell its competitors and gain market share. Thunderstorm. In the afternoon, the sky suddenly turned dark, and a fierce thunderstorm with heavy rain and lightning struck the city. Understate. He dislikes showing off his achievements and tends to understate them. Undertaking. Space exploration is a very difficult undertaking, but it holds the potential to greatly expand human knowledge. Undertake. To save the company, he undertook an extremely difficult project that everyone thought was impossible. Undertone. Beneath his calm words, there was a certain undertone of anger. Undervalue. It is unfair to not evaluate his abilities properly, and to undervalue his achievements. Underwater. He explored a mysterious underwater cave using diving equipment. Underworld. He knows not only the glamorous side of the city, but also the reality of the crime-ridden underworld. Funding. The city will receive significant funding from the government to build a new library. Tundra. In the vast tundra of the Arctic Circle, some plants sprout only during the short summer. 100. Several hundred years have already passed since that historical building was completed. Hundreds. Hundreds of fans flock to the concert venue to get a glimpse of their favorite band. Conundrum. This mathematical puzzle is a conundrum that has baffled scholars for generations. Sundry. His bag contains sundry small items such as keys, pens, and notepads. Undulating. Outside the window, the lush, undulating hills stretched as far as the eye could see. Undulate. The grassland blown by the wind was undulating beautifully like green waves. Pungent. Because he added a large amount of spices to the soup, a pungent aroma filled the air. Fungible. Cash and gold are widely used in economic transactions as fungible assets. Uncouth. His behavior during the meal was very uncouth, making those around him uncomfortable. Oneness. Through meditation, he was able to feel a sense of oneness with the universe. Gunpowder. In 19th-century warfare, high-quality gunpowder was essential to increase the firepower of cannons and guns. Enunciate. When giving a speech, it's important to enunciate your words clearly, so the audience can understand the content accurately. Gunshot. The sound of a violent gunshot suddenly echoed through the quiet night streets, causing an uproar. Sunshine. Bright sunshine streamed through the window, warmly illuminating the room. Frontal. As the storm approached, the city was exposed to a frontal assault of heavy wind and rain. Disgruntled. Disgruntled employees who are unhappy with the new pay structure are planning a strike. Involuntarily. He couldn't stop his body from shaking involuntarily because of the extreme cold. Effrontery. Far from admitting his mistake, he showed the effrontery to accuse the other person. Country. He decided to leave the bustle of the city and live quietly in the nature-rich countryside. Countryman. He met a countryman abroad, and they had a great time talking about their hometown. Countryside. Tired of the hustle and bustle of the city, he refreshed himself by spending the weekend in the quiet countryside. Unto. He treasures the teaching, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Runway. The airplane accelerated on the runway and took off powerfully into the blue sky. Brunch. It is a habit on Sunday mornings to wake up late and enjoy a lavish brunch with the family. Bunch. He gave her a large bunch of flowers to express his gratitude. Crunch. The crunch of dry leaves being stepped on echoed through the quiet forest. Hunch. He followed his hunch and decided to invest in the new business. Lunch. Let's go for lunch. Munch. She was munching on popcorn loudly while watching the movie. Punch. He tried to punch the bag,